My provider is the main god. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 720 Security Guards Escort You. Written in front, the protagonist is a bitch, and the full text is full of nonsensical plots. Why are you writing this? Because now some people don't like to read profiles. The protagonist is a bitch, so I say important things twice. Have you decided to watch it? Well, happy reading. Text: want to understand the meaning of life? Want to really live? Yes, no. Big brother, can I call you big brother? You've already pulled me in. What are you trying to do by asking this question now? Yes, no. No. I choose to refuse. Tang Yuan shook his head fiercely. Why don't you stay cool for me? The chosen person chose to refuse. Accepting. Completed, will be sent back. Prepare. 3, 2, 1. Then it was dark again, and Tang Yuan realized that he was sitting back at his own dining table, with a 5-spice meatball wrapped in his mouth. The meatball he made himself was amazing. It was really big. It's delicious. No, wait a minute. What happened just now? Tang Yuan only felt that he was about to collapse. Is the main god mentally ill? I stayed at home well before lunchtime, singing songs while eating hot pot, neither playing computer nor mobile phone, not to mention a virtual screen popping up in front of his eyes. As a result, his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Tang Yuan remembered the words in his mouth before he completely lost consciousness. A meatball has not been swallowed. Then the Lord God sent himself back with a few words. Question mark. Who did you provoke? Anyway, I am also a college student. After graduation, my 7th uncle was arrested and served as a soldier for 2 years. After he came out, he was a man with both civil and military skills. Going to be a security guard. After all, veterans are given priority, let alone his father's company. Thinking of just hanging around for a few years while my parents still have the ability, then I will ask my father for a little money to start a small company by myself. Afraid that your small company will not be able to start? As for what to do with dad's company in the future? Doesn't this have a younger sister? If my small company becomes awesome in the future, I will try to see if I can annex my sister's company, and if my small company collapses in the future, I will come back to work as a security guard. Well, it's far away. Anyway, I'm not disappointed in life. Tang Yuan is still busy enjoying life now. Who would be so full that he has nothing to do, and go to run around the world with that main god? Anyway, I don't do it myself. The key is that the Lord God really put himself back. Question mark. Anyway, I have read the novels. In some of the darker Infinite Stream novels, it is said that if you choose no, but because you already know the existence of the main god's space, you will be quietly obliterated by the main god. Thinking of this, Tang Yuan couldn't help being covered in cold sweat, feeling scared for a while. Beep, what sound? Tang Yuan looked around and found that nothing unusual happened, so he smacked his lips and continued to sing while eating hot pot. Login complete. Lord God, you are enough. As soon as Tang Yuan dropped his chopsticks, he slammed the table fiercely. His posture was worthy of being a soldier, and a fierce aura sprayed all around. Unknown system intrusion traces detected. Scanning complete. Warning, Lord God system has launched an invasion to you. Found virus file residue. Type, Trojan WTVI type. Cleared successfully. Tracing historical traces. Completed. Locating. Completed. Anti-intrusion. Completed. Found compatible plugins. Copying. Completed. What the hell? Tang Yuan was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Plugin installation. Completed. The defense is successful, and the system will go into hibernation again. Thank you for using the green, safe and non-toxic cracked version of 720 Security Guard. Then there was no sound. Tang Yuan couldn't figure out what happened from the beginning to the end. But anyway, he is also a person who has read too many novels. After a while, he roughly analyzed what happened before. It seems that there is a very powerful system in his head that is sleeping, and then the main god ran over to hook him up. After he refused, the main god left an unknown virus file in his mind. It is probably used to kill people. It was to erase the relevant memories, and then the awesome 720 security guard in his head ran out and cleared the virus files, and followed a trend to find the traces of the main god's invasion, and analyzed the main god. Fuck, Awesome, study bro. I didn't bother to care about the origin of that 720 security guard. Anyway, Tang Yuan only knew that the 720 security guard protected him this time, at least proved to be more reliable than the main god. And if this 720 security guard wanted to kill himself, wouldn't he be able to kill a mortal by beating around the bush even though he could anal the master god stuff? So it's better to pretend that you don't know anything, and continue to play happily. Then, Tang Yuan saw 3 buttons appeared in the lower right corner of his field of vision: exchange, trade, and transfer. No matter how I shake my head, the 3 buttons are always in the lower right corner of my field of vision. Yo, it looks like this is the function that 720 security guards picked out from the main god. It seems to be very good. The exchange of the Lord God. There are many good things there. Drooling, Tang Yuan tried to open the exchange option with his own thoughts, but he succeeded, and then a huge panel appeared in front of him, with various categories on it, and a search function in the upper left corner. I tried to click on the search, and then tried to input the content I wanted with my mind, and the 3 characters lighter appeared in the search box. Why is it a lighter? Forget it, it's just a try anyway. The search is complete. Then the eligible items were listed, and all kinds of lighters appeared on the panel, from the plastic disposable lighters that can be seen everywhere, to Tang Yuan, who is a rich second generation, could not even imagine directly using a huge ruby carved lighters are available, and there are even portable flame runes. This thing seems to be able to be used as a lighter. Hiss, oh, I'll go, this is a good thing. Tang Yuan tried to search for other things, whether it's a sword, a long spear, or a short cannon. There are everything from every world, culture, and system in it. He even tried to search for Ding He Shenzhen, and found a golden cudgel. But, the only pity is the 2 big circles in the upper right corner. Currently available points. 0, currently available resource points. 0, and the exchange price for the golden cudgel is, million resource points. Well, Tang Yuan looked at the description of the points, and said that because the exchange function has everything in it, and the price difference is too huge, there are 2 currencies of unequal value for the convenience of calculation, and, million points can be exchanged a little resource point. The price of a plastic lighter is a point, which is just equivalent to RMB. In other words, the price of the golden cudgel is equivalent to, billion plastic lighters, or, billion RMB. It feels almost worth the price. As for the Panguax and Nuwa stone, there are also some, and they are more expensive than the golden cudgel. Those 2 big zeros in the upper right corner are nice or no matter how you look at them. Okay. At this time, Tang Yuan saw another recycle button in the lower right corner of the exchange interface. After thinking about it, he threw the bowl in his hand into it. Stainless steel bowl, recycling price, 5 points. Ouch, the recycling price for a 5 yuan stainless steel bowl is also 5 points, which is actually quite conscientious. Question mark. Tang Yuan didn't believe in evil, took out a 10 yuan RMB and threw it in. Currency, face value 10 yuan, recycling price, 10 points. It's really a recovery at the original price. Question mark. This Lord God is simply the conscience of the industry. Exclamation mark. Chapter 2. I want to chop my hands. Exclamation mark. Now it's alright, it seems that my life is about to usher in the spring. I can immediately get a promotion and salary increase, become the general manager, become the CEO, marry Bai Fumei, and reach the pinnacle of life. I'm a little excited when I think about it. But then there was a problem. Now I don't have any points in my hand, let alone resource points. That thing is beyond Tang Yuan's imagination now. A little resource point is equivalent to, million RMB. About it can only be used for squandering and playing in the later stage of development. At present, hey, can't the points be directly recovered in RMB? Thinking of this, Tang Yuan took out his wallet from his crotch. After all, he is also a rich second generation, so what can he do without any money? As a result, he opened the wallet and was dumbfounded. There were only a few hundred yuan in cash, and the rest were all kinds of credit cards. Tang Yuan tried to find out a credit card and inquired about it. Magnetic card, recycling price, 10 points. Oh, well, the main god has enough face to not recognize those banks. There are still tens of thousands of dollars in this credit card, and the recovery price is directly only the value of the card itself. Alice, it seems that I have to make another trip. Dad, I have something to do when I go out, so I won't go to work today. Oh yes, You don't have to wait for me for dinner. Oh, don't worry, how can I go out and mess around? It's just a little thing, and I will be back before night. Tang Yuan called my father. Remember that most of the main gods can stop the time of the main god's space when the reincarnated people go to other worlds. That is to say, for the main god's space, the reincarnated people return immediately after going out, although they don't know that they are castrated whether the former main god still retains this function. But even if not, the first teleportation is just to test the waters. It won't take long, and you won't be lectured by your parents when you go back. So Tang Yuan walked out of the house, hailed a taxi and went straight to the nearest bank. Brother, can I trouble you to wait here for a while? I have withdrawn the money and I am going to go home. Here, Tang Yuan handed over 100 yuan to his brother. If you are still here when I come back, I still have 100 yuan. My brother grinningly nodded and agreed who would have trouble with money these days. So Tang Yuan got out of the car and walked into the bank. He wouldn't waste money like this on weekdays, but now he wanted to finish these trivial matters quickly so that he could try the teleportation function of the Lord God, and in a hurry, he just spent 200 yuan. Hard if you want to say, I haven't seen any rich second generation who would feel sorry for 200 yuan, right? Anyway, the author, although I am usually reluctant, but at least 100 yuan will not feel bad when necessary, and I am not a rich second generation, but just a well-off, withdrawing 8 yuan in cash. After thinking about it for a while, it happened that the president of this bank was an acquaintance of my father, so I asked him to exchange it for gold bars. Handed over to Tang Yuan. After all, the, banknotes are, sheets of paper stacked together, which is not convenient to carry and is too conspicuous. The gold bars are different. If you kick them in your pockets and zip them up, no one knows what is inside. Period. After going out, brother was still waiting there, and Tang Yuan took a taxi back home. At this moment, both parents are still in the company, and my sister is still in college. There is no one in the house, and it is quiet. This was exactly what Tang Yuan wanted. After changing his shoes, he ran up to the second floor, got into his room, and locked the door behind him guiltily. His posture was like buying a mysterious magazine for the first time. Just like my junior high school student, in fact, when he bought a mystery magazine for the first time in junior high school, he was really as good as he is now. With trembling hands, he took out the gold bars and threw them all into the recycling interface. Gold, recycling price, points, the discount was 2,000, but it was understandable. After all, the price of gold had been fluctuating up and down for decades, and no one remembered the exact value of this thing. Judging by the conscientiousness of the Lord God, to even recycle a stainless steel bowl at the original price, the price of this gold should be fair, right? Tang Yuan didn't bother to care about these things, so he opened the exchange interface, clicked on search, and entered guns. Then I spent 495 yuan in exchange for an AKM, that is said to be from the future world. Anyone who knows a little will know which 3 guns this is a spoof of, an automatic rifle. After all, he was also a soldier. Tang Yuan took the automatic rifle, gestured a few times, and then checked the structure and various components, all of which were exactly the same as the sample picture given on the exchange interface. The parameters are also very good, and I don't know how to do it in the future. The parameters given by the Lord God show that the power of this gun is greater than that of AK, its stability is higher than that of M4A1, its recoil is smaller than that of 95, and the number of ammunition is, rounds. It is hard to tell that this is a gun from the future. Anyway, it is a gun type that does not exist in the world at present, and it may be regarded as a magic modification of a certain gun. I still feel very satisfied, not bad. So Tang Yuan continued to browse the exchange list. I noticed that there was an upgrade button in the lower left corner, and I clicked it to find out that it was used to upgrade the things I already owned. Thinking about it is also true. If you have to pay for more advanced things and buy them again, the Lord God, it is too rigid. If there's an upgrade function, then you only need to upgrade the original things to advanced ones, so at least you won't waste money. After clicking on it, Tang Yuan looked at it and couldn't help sighing that it was a good thing he opened the upgrade interface early. There's only one lone icon on it, which is the AKM 495 automatic rifle I just bought. Next to a lot of upgrade options, the most eye-catching one is the big word unlimited bullets. Tang Yuan can be sure that he did not see any gun with unlimited bullets in the exchange interface. It seems that the unlimited bullet function can only be obtained through upgrading. I can't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, I like to study all related things clearly before doing things. Upgrading to unlimited bullets requires, credits. As mentioned in the description, no matter what kind of gun, if you want to upgrade to unlimited bullets, you need to pay the price equivalent to 2 such guns. However, as long as everyone knows, the value brought by unlimited bullets is far more than the price of 2 guns. Tang Yuan upgraded the infinite bullets without hesitation, so there were only, points left in his hand. This money is really fast. However, Tang Yuan was not satisfied with this, and he tried to search for other things. The storage ring can store items with an absolute volume of 1 cubic meter, and the capacity can be expanded through upgrades exchange price, points. So cheap? No, in fact, this thing is really not worth selling very expensive. You must know that the flame rune is only sold by the main god for 10 points. No one will think that there is a problem with the price of this item. However, on the Earth in the 21st century, this thing worth only 10 points by the main god is enough to attract a country's attention, because this is a real magic item. The exchange price of the main god here is absolutely fair, and it has nothing to do with whether the item comes from a technology system, a magic system, or an unsolvable system. The main god only considers those basic parameters, such as attack power, defense power, and growth. Therefore, the unscientific function of upgrading infinite bullets is only worth the price of 2 corresponding guns. Again, on the Earth in the 21st century, even if you pay the price of, guns, you cannot get an infinite gun with bullets. After figuring this out, Tang Yuan has no more doubts. I looked at the upgrade of the storage ring again, and found that if the capacity is expanded, points per cubic meter, but now I don't have many points left, and 1 cubic meter is enough for the time being, so Tang Yuan didn't choose to expand capacity. Turn to look at the extra function of the storage ring in the upgrade interface. Secondary enchantment, energy can be stored through automatic charging. After activation, a barrier that resists any type of damage will be deployed. The longer the charging time, the longer the barrier will last. When the damage exceeds the limit of the barrier will be destroyed. After being destroyed, it must be charged to the maximum value before the enchantment can be reopened. The duration of the enchantment after this upgrade, 10 minutes, and the charging efficiency, 1/10. This upgrade requires, points. 1/10 means that for every 10 seconds of charging, the duration of the enchantment will increase by 1 second. In other words, the maximum duration of the enchantment is 10 minutes, so it needs to be charged 100 minutes in advance. How many hours in exchange for 10 minutes of enchantment? At least it can be bulletproof, right? Good stuff this one. Bye. Exclamation mark. So there are only, points left. Tang Yuan was still not satisfied, and set his sights on another upgrade. Recall, when the storage ring is lost but not destroyed due to various reasons, it can be recalled directly. This upgrade requires, points. Make a deal. Binding, only the owner of the storage ring binding can use the space inside. For others, this is just an ordinary ring. This upgrade requires, points. Make a deal. So there are only, points left. Concealment, the owner can freely decide whether the ring is visible. If it is set to no, only the owner can see the ring. Note, when the ring is not in contact with the owner, the concealment function is invalid. This upgrade requires, points. Buy. So there are only 3,000 points left. I can't even afford farts. Okay, wait, it seems to be affordable. Physical strengthening, in a sense, this is the signboard of the Lord God. Fortunately, the body enhancement is also in the exchange interface, and it has also been installed in Tang Yuan's head. Otherwise, if there is only exchange but no body enhancement, who will Tang Yuan pray to? After looking at it, the attributes of ordinary people are based on, points, which fluctuate depending on the individual. For every point of strengthening, 100 points need to be paid. Fuck, 100 yuan, so cheap? But after thinking about it, Tang Yuan also understood why, because no matter how good your physical fitness is, you will inevitably need various props and equipment. If you want to strengthen yourself to the point where you don't need any props and equipment, then the points you need are actually compared with the cost of exchanging props and equipment. It will cost a lot. For example, if you want to strengthen your defense to the point where it can withstand pistol bullets, then the points you need to spend will definitely be much more expensive than a body armor. Think about it, the price of the tight body armor sold here by the Lord God is, points, and if you want to strengthen the defense to the point of ignoring bullets, the attributes that need to be improved are definitely more than, which means that it is definitely more than, points. Exclamation mark. From this point of view, it is better to exchange equipment or bloodlines in the early stage, focus on upgrading bloodlines in the middle stage, and make bloodlines more successful in the later stage. In other words, this body strengthening should be used to make up for the shortcomings of bloodlines, right? For example, the willpower of the Hulk, the muscle strength of the magician, and so on. Tang Yuan calculated and calculated, his 3,000 points didn't seem to be of much use, so he went out again later and exchanged all his money for points. It seems that I still have tens of thousands of money left. Fuck, it's all private money. Why can't I control my own hands? Buy and chop hands again. Tang Yuan's wailing resounded throughout the room. Chapter 3 Devils have entered the city. Tang Yuan didn't realize what he had done until he was about to reach the Leningrad fortress. No, it's not about murder, but just now, he opened the exchange interface, recovered 7 guns. Can the exchange interface be opened in the reincarnation world? This is unscientific. You know, if the reincarnated person is performing tasks in the reincarnation world, he will be put to death by the Lord God. How could he let you open the exchange interface? This is no longer a question of opening the back door, this is completely a cheat for you. Tang Yuan looked at the lower right corner of his field of vision again in disbelief, and sure enough, the redemption button blinked there, saying it's running. If you have nothing to do, click on me. Is it because the system of the main god has been castrated, so some restrictions are gone? The unbelieving Tang Yuan tried to spend 1911 points on the exchange interface to buy an M, and then exchanged for an unlimited bullet upgrade. Sure enough, he was not hindered at all. This Lord God exchange system can be used in any situation. Oh, you can make a lot of money now. Tang Yuan couldn't help sighing. What's wrong? Comrade Tang Yuan. Nothing. How is the situation in the fortress? Hearing Tang Yuan's question, Grunov also shook his head. I don't know, I stayed on the defense line for several days, and I don't know what the fortress is like now. Maybe only the commander is left there. Well, the rest of the so-called officials have probably run away. Well, let the leader go first. Wait a minute. Commander? Tang Yuan's complexion became a little exciting. I'm afraid it's not the commander of the player in the Soviet Union campaign in the game? Forget it. Tang Yuan didn't believe those things that were nothing to worry about. Even if that commander was really the protagonist in the Soviet campaign who was promoted as fast as flying, wouldn't he still eat himself? Speaking of, that shield you used before. Grunov hesitated to speak. It seems that there is still some doubt. Tang Yuan smiled slightly, and said, I have said it all. I am a mercenary wandering around the world, and the mercenary organizations I have been in alone can't be counted on one hand. The shield is a prototype seized directly from an official second generation of the Rising Sun Empire. It is said that the cost is very high. You don't have to worry about encountering this thing on the battlefield. Oh, by the way, how do you feel about that official second generation? Are you interested? Grunov shook his head, expressing disinterest. Then it's over? I can get the Dolphin controller of the Allied forces here. Oh, and the design drawing of the super energy wave destruction device of the Empire of the Rising Sun. I will tell your commander when the time comes, and see how he feels. I'm not interested, but the Soviet Union doesn't seem to have these technologies. To be honest, there is nothing that cannot be found in the main god's exchange system. So no matter what you want, Tang Yuan can take it out. Tang Yuan felt as if he had thought of something, but he didn't realize it for a while, and when he thought about it again, he forgot it. Grunov stopped talking, he just thought why this person suddenly said something so tall, it's half incomprehensible. Everyone wait a moment. At this moment, a person behind the team said, there is something wrong with this sound. Everyone stopped silent and listened carefully. Boom, boom, the voice grew louder and closer. Damn it! Grunov yelled, it's a tank. They drove the tank in. Who are they? Empire of the Rising Sun. Hurry up, everyone, this way, hide in the building. Tang Yuan kicked open the door of a building and beckoned. Anyway, the whole city is almost empty. Residents have either been evacuated or escaped by themselves, or have died under the guns of the Empire of the Rising Sun. You can find a house to hide in and don't have to bear any trespassing responsibility. So a group of people rushed in. Tang Yuan closed the door and then dragged a cabinet from the side to block the door. A group of people quietly lay on the window and looked out. It didn't take long to see a large number of soldiers from the Rising Sun Empire following the tanks and heading towards the fortress. After waiting for a long time, after confirming that there was no one outside, everyone quietly opened the door and ran out. No, now we may encounter enemies on the street at any time, and it may not be that simple for us to return to the fortress. Grunov gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter that much. If we don't go back to the fortress, we will die. Tang Yuan looked around. If the Empire of the Rising Sun captures Leningrad, we will be searched sooner or later. If the Soviet Union defends Leningrad, you will also be treated as deserters. It seems that I have to find a way to go back to the fortress. Grunov looked helpless. At this time, Tang Yuan noticed a building in the distance, which was the tallest building nearby, and asked, "Is there still electricity in Leningrad?" "Huh? What are you asking this for?" "Look." Tang Yuan pointed to the building. "If there is still electricity, we can go to the top of that building, where the view is very good, and we can confirm the situation of the fortress from there." "It makes sense. The power has not been cut off yet, and the elevator is still working." Grunov nodded. "Then what are you waiting for? Brothers, hurry up, you will be discovered anytime you stay outside." So a group of people quietly ran all the way into the building, took the elevator to the top floor, and indeed saw the Leningrad fortress in the distance from the window. It was intact. The huge building in the distance was neither smoking nor burning, and many troops in red uniforms could be seen, the Soviet army. "Okay, it looks like the fortress hasn't been attacked yet," Tang Yuan said happily. "We can find a way to go back to the fortress." No. Grunov shook his head vigorously, pointed to the side of the fortress and said to Tang Yuan, "Look, the bridge leading there has been blown up." Tang Yuan took a look. Sure enough, no wonder the Leningrad fortress stood so lonely in the middle of the river in the game. There was a bridge originally. Then what should we do? Tang Yuan couldn't help it now. After all, he was not familiar with the city. "No way, the river is too fast. Even if you can swim, you can't swim to the fortress." Grunov waved his hand. "Blowing up the bridge should be to prevent the outside from providing support to the Leningrad fortress. Because the tanks of the Empire of the Rising Sun are all amphibious tanks that can be launched into the water, they can cross the river without crossing the bridge. Now the fortress has been isolated. Although there are many troops there, they cannot get any supplies, and they will be captured sooner or later. They are already preparing to attack Sai. What should we do?" Tang Yuan asked Grunov. Grunov scratched his ears and cheeks for a while, and finally he could only say, "Damn it. It seems that there is no other way." Tang Yuan is also thinking carefully about what to do. It is not his style to go to other worlds for the first time and return in such a disappointing way. No matter what, he must win before going back. "How did you pass the first level in the game? Did Natasha save the world?" "Huh? Wait? Question mark. Natasha? Question mark. Grunov, when you were fighting on the defensive line, did you know where Natasha was?" "Natasha?" Grunov looked at him suspiciously. "Which Natasha?" "Natasha Volkova, not a medical soldier, but a very powerful sniper." "Oh. You mean that Natasha?" Grunov suddenly realized, if it was her, she would definitely be able to survive, but she is not on the same side as us, and maybe she will find a way to get back to her now like us. "Go to the fortress." "Back to the fort?" "Oh, yes, Natasha can swim. Although the game has become a reality, many people can swim, but Natasha is an amazing character who can swim across rivers and seas with her bare hands. She still wants to go back to the fortress, no problem." "No. I always feel that I remembered something wrong." Tang Yuan tried to think back, and always felt that Natasha didn't seem to be swimming when she appeared in the game. How did she reach the shore on the other side of the fortress? Correct, bullfrog chariot! Exclamation mark. "I have a solution." Tang Yuan yelled, and quickly called everyone to gather around, saying, "Do you know where there are bullfrog chariots?" "Oh. That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" Grunov suddenly realized again, cannon in the world. The so-called human cannon refers to the F-skill of the bullfrog chariot in the game, which can launch the personnel loaded in the vehicle through the Harpushka cannon at the back, and can shoot people very far, reaching places that ordinary people cannot reach. Remember to bring a parachute. In the game, when Natasha appeared on the stage, she was chased by a group of Imperial warriors, and then got on a bullfrog chariot, and used the human cannon to throw her to the Leningrad fortress on the opposite bank. In other words, what Tang Yuan and the others need to do now is to find a bullfrog chariot. As for why this group of Maozi didn't find it strange that this Chinese man knew about the bullfrog chariot. Isn't this common sense, just like we all know that the old American main battle tank is M1A2? Chapter 4. This pod is the main god. Said to find a bullfrog chariot, but where to find it? Defensive position. They have already been captured. Even if there are vehicles, they must have been seized, right? Everyone was at a loss again. Let's go to Natasha first, maybe she has a way. Find? How do you find it? Grunov wrinkled his face and said bitterly. Brother, isn't that radio on your shoulders? Do you know which channel Natasha's position is using? No, we can only receive, not shout out. Everyone shook their heads together. I'll go. It really is the unique Soviet-style sickle and hammer style in Red Alert. Black is beautiful. Tang Yuan was completely speechless to these brats. It's good now, Natasha can't get in touch, and the bullfrog chariot doesn't know where to find it. But Tang Yuan was not in a hurry, because he clearly remembered that Natasha went to the fortress in a bullfrog chariot. That is to say, as long as he found Natasha, there would be no problem. Now that there is no main god, it should not be possible to forcibly increase the difficulty. The position where Natasha appears will probably not change. He recalled the location where Natasha appeared in the game. It was on the southwest side of the map. Looking over from the top floor of the building, he found that location with ease. There was a Kirov airship floating in the sky. The Kirov airship will crash, blocking the way of the devils chasing Natasha, allowing Natasha to successfully board the bullfrog chariot. Do you want to take a gamble? Just bet the Natasha of this world will appear there too. If you win the bet, you can board the bullfrog chariot with Natasha and return to the Leningrad fortress together, a martyr. Of course, Tang Yuan can choose to live stream ascension to heaven if he doesn't agree with each other. If I can't beat him, I can still run softly, but it's hard for these 10 or so old men. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he will not do such a thing of abandoning others. Although he is not someone who is full of justice and acts for the sky, he is not a treacherous villain. Everyone has their own justice in their hearts, and Tang Yuan's justice will not allow him to do such a thing easily. Go all out. What if the bet wins? So Tang Yuan said to the boys, no matter what, we can't stay here, let's go out and try. The boys also think it makes sense. Rather than just sit and wait to die, it's better to give it a try. The big deal is to fight the devils desperately. How do you say that? 3 years of blood earning. The death penalty is not a loss, not this sentence. It means that if you kill one, you will get back your capital, and if you kill two, you will earn one. A group of people ran out of the building, and Tang Yuan led them to the place he had determined. Since Tang Yuan paid attention to concealment along the way, Tang Yuan observed the situation in front and then followed by the crowd, so the enemies he encountered were very few, and even if there were only 2 or 3 kittens who were beaten to death by the crowd several times. Back to Tang Yuan, there was no way to recover the enemy's weapon in front of them, so I had to pick it up, put it in a backpack I found at random and carry it on my back. I'm not afraid of being called a bandit. After all, the game Red Alert is an old beauty. How much integrity can you expect the Sickle Hammer Party to make out of the Black Soviet Union? Well, even if the Soviet Union in reality has a little bit of integrity, they are foreigners after all. Don't expect them to be friendly to us. But this is just the attitude of the superiors. We little farts. Harmony, people, obsessed with harmony. The G-spot of Dianyang is really mysterious, should eat and drink, and if we want to fight, we will be arrested and become strong men. It's hard. A comrade with good combat effectiveness came, and he was more or less aside the Hammer Party. How could these low-level soldiers have any opinion on Tang Yuan? Very smoothly, Tang Yuan took them to the destination. However, the street was full of little devils, and there were 2 tanks. A lot of people. Shall we bypass it? Gronov asked. Tang Yuan rolled his eyes secretly. What are you going around? Here's our destination. Where do we go to find Natasha? I looked at the sky, and the Kirov airship was directly above. But why didn't it drop a bomb? Could it be that the bombs ran out, then go back? After watching for a long time, Tang Yuan couldn't figure out why, so he began to carefully observe the enemy's distribution. The farthest 2 are 300 meters away, sitting on the steps of a house and don't know if they are smoking or doing something. The nearest one was only more than 20 meters away from the hiding place of the people, facing Tang Yuan's side, But if Tang Yuan made any moves, it was still possible to be discovered. The remaining, or so people just scattered on the street. The doors of the houses on both sides of the street were forcibly opened. It seemed that they were inspecting the houses, and they didn't know whether they were searching for the Soviet army or looting property. It shouldn't be possible to bar. When it came to searching for the Soviet army, Tang Yuan couldn't help but ask Granov again, well, shouldn't you switch to street fighting after the collapse of your defense line? Why does the whole city seem to be full of little devils? Street fighting? Don't mention it. Granov said in a low voice, we have not ordered us to fight in the street, so we must stay on the line of defense. If we leave the line of defense, we will be shot for disobeying the order. If we retreat, we will die. If we don't retreat, we will die. It's better to stay on the defensive line and die better. We are different. We have enough news to save our superiors, but because the communication was interfered, the correspondent failed to upload it. Yoha, totally disrespectful, so ruthless. Well, it is indeed the unique Soviet-style sickle and hammer style in Red Alert, and it is black and beautiful. What news? Can you tell me? Tang Yuan's curiosity was aroused. There's nothing wrong with telling you. Anyway, without this document, no one will believe you if you tell it. Granov said as he took out a USB flash drive from his pocket, one end of which was tied tightly with a string. Hanging around his neck, it can be seen that he attaches great importance to this USB flash drive. The cause of the incident is quite strange. First, the communicator found that the adjacent position had lost contact, so the company commander sent a team of scouts there to investigate the situation. In the end, only one person ran back, and one hand was missing. Already crazy, shouting monster and don't come here, we found a camera in his pocket. The model should be the one installed on the armor of the magnetic explosion infantry. It is not broken. It may be the reconnaissance team from that I found it in the camp. There was a video and several photos in it. Everyone was terrified after watching it. The correspondent had already copied the content and prepared to upload it. As a result, the communication was disturbed at that time, followed by the troops of the Empire of the Rising Sun. Invaded into Leningrad, and before the position fell, the correspondent handed me a USB flash drive, saying that the documents inside were very important, and asked me to take people back to the fortress to report this matter, and said that these things were enough to cause high level they don't mind sparing our lives. You've said so much, but tell me what it is. Tang Yuan felt his heart itch. It's a demon. Granov's face was full of fear when he said this. It can make countless people scream and be torn apart by invisible forces with a wave of its hand. It can also pull the plane directly from the flying state to the ground, broke into pieces. Throw the chariot into the sky and then fall down and smash it into scrap metal. What? Is this really a red alert? Tang Yuan was dumbfounded when he heard this. So mysterious? Wait a minute, why does it feel like a deja vu? That so-and-so demon, what does it look like? Tang Yuan asked. That's the scariest thing. Granov's face was even more terrified. The appearance of that demon is just a teenage girl, wearing a sailor suit, with twin ponytails, and a small school bag. It's really weird. Comrade Tang Yuan, what's wrong with you? You look so ugly all of a sudden. Tang Yuan's face looked like he had eaten shit. It's not ugly to be a ghost. Anyone who has played Red Alert 3 can laugh when they hear this. Omega Lily, the hero unit of the Empire of the Rising Sun. According to the plot, that is the scariest and most dangerous of the three heroes. Why would Omega Lily seeds appear in Mao's first level in the Soviet Union? Lord God, I believed you're evil. Come out for me. Did you forcefully increase the difficulty again? Chapter 5 Past headshots are weak. Even if the main god forcibly increased the difficulty, at least Natasha's course of action has not changed, which is a blessing in misfortune. While everyone was still discussing whether to be a coward or a hero for the rest of their lives, even if it was only for a few minutes, someone interrupted their conversation. Hello, comrades. Hearing these words, Tang Yuan subconsciously replied from the habit he developed when he was a soldier. Hi sir, okay? At some point, a rope was hung from the roof of the abandoned bungalow next to her, and a hot girl slipped down the rope. Looking at the female soldier in front of him who was dressed very differently from ordinary soldiers, Tang Yuan couldn't help but want to whistle. Fortunately, he remembered that there were many devils not far away, so he suppressed the urge to whistle. This girl is wearing a red long-sleeved leather jacket with exposed navel on her upper body, and a pair of red leather hot pants on her lower body. Large areas of fair skin are exposed, making people wonder whether this is a qualified military uniform. It happened to be a lieutenant. Some people might wonder how she became this lieutenant, but seeing the big and long Dragunov sniper rifle in her hand, people with a little IQ will understand why. It is true that fighting is always the fastest way to promotion. Comrade Natasha. I didn't expect you to be here. Grunov greeted with a smile. She is Natasha Volkova, a hero unit of the Soviet Union. In the first level, she cooperated with a commander to repel the fleet led by Kenji Tennis and defend the Leningrad fortress. Unexpectedly, she has been hiding on the roof of this bungalow. Well, you are from the 5th position? I didn't expect that there were other people alive besides me. Natasha nodded in response, and then she glanced at Tang Yuan. Who is this guy? My name is Tang Yuan. I'm an international mercenary from China. I'm a former member of China Sickle Hammer. I'm a good guy. Tang Yuan introduced himself. Oh, so he is a good person. Then Natasha stopped paying attention to Tang Yuan, but called everyone over. I have a plan that allows everyone to return to the fortress together. Do you want to hear it? Everyone nodded. Did you see that Kirov airship over there? I drove it, and the fuel was not enough to fly across the river, so I parked there, but the ammunition depot is still full. Natasha pointed to the sky in the sky. Kirov airship. I descended to the roof of that building before the Rising Sun Army occupied this street, and I have been hiding on it just now and watching you. Before getting off the airship, I glued a C4. I will press the detonation button for a while, and then the hydrogen-filled airship will be covered with flames and fall instantly. We need to rush out when the group of Rising Sun people are attracted, and deal with them as much as possible, and then run across the street before the airship crashes to the ground. But, Comrade Natasha, Grunov asked, raising his hand, what about the pursuers? What about the tanks? Once we run a certain distance, the tanks can easily hide us. Good question. Why do I emphasize that the ammunition depot is full? Because the outer layer of the ammunition depot has good fire resistance, it will not be ignited and explode when the airship falls. Natasha smiled, and after everyone crosses this street, the second C4 will be detonated. I placed the second C4 inside the ammunition depot. At that time, the violent explosion behind us can block the footsteps of the pursuers, and the flames and smoke will also block it. The tank's vision makes it impossible to target. Although your C4 tactic reminds me of a certain Allied Special Forces soldier who is good at using double guns and has a devilish laugh, Tang Yuan complained, but it's really good. But, then what? Run out of this street. What do we do after that? Of course I'm running away. Natasha rolled her eyes at Tang Yuan. I've scouted on the roof, and there's a bullfrog chariot snatched by the Rising Sun people and parked there not far ahead. We can send us to the fortress with a human cannon on it. There should be enough parachutes on board. That's fine. Tang Yuan clapped his hands. I listen to you and give the order, Comrade Lieutenant. Okay. Natasha took out one of the 2 detonators. In order to prevent mistakes, she also specially pasted 1 and 2 on the 2 detonators. The girls are pretty cute too. Seeing that she had taken out the detonator, everyone was ready to charge. Now, run. Natasha pressed the detonator in her hand, and at the same time, the Kirov airship in the sky was wrapped in raging flames with a loud noise, and slowly fell to the ground. Fuck. What happened? Just when a group of soldiers of the Empire of the Rising Sun were frightened by the sudden explosion above their heads, a dozen Soviet soldiers rushed out behind them, pointing their weapons at them and spitting out a long stream of bullets. Da. Caught off guard, several Rising Sun soldiers were killed in this short period of time. Only then did the others react and raise their guns to shoot at the group of Soviet soldiers. However, it was too late. In just a few seconds, the group of Soviet soldiers had already crossed this street, and then the Kirov airship in the sky also fell to the ground, blocking the soldiers of the Rising Sun. The houses on both sides completely blocked the way for the Rising Sun soldiers to chase the Soviet soldiers. Damn it, tank. Isn't the tank the latest technology to prevent fire? Hurry up and open up this pile of garbage. Soldiers of the Rising Sun started cursing. The driver, who was still sitting on the top of the tank with a dazed face and didn't realize what happened, finally figured out the situation. He quickly said oh, got into the cockpit, and the huge tsunami tank drove past, prepared to push the burning wreckage of the Kirov airship aside to clear the way. At this moment, the huge wreckage of the airship suddenly exploded more violently than before, and directly engulfed the unlucky tsunami tank next to it. All the Rising Sun soldiers were blown away by the high-temperature airflow, and fell to the ground a few meters away with a pop sound. Seeing that they could not survive, the Rising Sun soldiers who were farther away were also covered by the heat wave and took 2 steps back. And on the other side of this explosion, Tang Yuan followed Natasha and ran at the end of the team. Feeling the heat wave behind him, he could even imagine the scene of those little devils flying in midair. Looking back at the soaring flames, he couldn't help shouting, "Beautiful. This special effect is at least $2.50. Hey. You said your name is Tang Yuan, right?" Tang Yuan turned his head and heard Natasha calling him, "Your marksmanship looks pretty good." "Hey. That's it." Tang Yuan looked proud, "At least I've practiced it." It would be hell if the marksmanship was bad. Tang Yuan was almost selected into the special forces as a sniper with a training volume of a box of bullets every day. In fact, if Uncle Key hadn't been in the way, he would have already entered the special forces. Now, even because he has been lazy at home for a year after retiring, his marksmanship has become quite rusty, so he was able to kill 2 people in the run just now. But Natasha killed 3 of them, and she shot blindly with a sniper rifle. From this point of view, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is the best marksman in the Soviet Union, because Tang Yuan is very clear about the situation just now. In the best period of marksmanship, you can only kill 2 people and barely injure 1 person by aiming, and you can't guarantee a vital hit. Blind fire without aim, just let it be. My name is Natasha Volkova. Well, hello, Comrade Natasha. During the conversation, everyone had already seen a bullfrog chariot parked on the side of the road in the distance, and a sunrise soldier was sitting and smoking beside him. "That's it," Natasha yelled, and then she raised the sniper rifle in her hand, but she didn't intend to aim at all, and pointed the muzzle directly at the Rising Sun soldier who had stood up in the distance. Tang Yuan watched her movements in horror. "Hey, this is dozens of meters away, don't you really need to aim?" What happened next was expected, but it was impossible to calm down. Natasha hit the forehead of the soldier dozens of meters away with a blind shot, causing blood to erupt. Monster, blind shot headshot dozens of meters away. Exclamation mark. Can you talk about some science? Question mark. Do you think this is playing a game or something? Question mark. Coach, I learn a fart, neither will I. Chapter 6 Admiral, I want to blow up the ship. There's not much to say about the video content either. If you want to feel it, you can play the Eureka battle in Red Alert 3 Uprising. According to the official settings, the Eureka in the Eureka battle is the main body, and its ability is much stronger than those clones, anti-injury shield, soul control or something, and then make up the perspective of a miscellaneous soldier by yourself. That is almost the content of this video. But how should I put it? Anyway, this video is a real person, not a game screen, and the Eureka in it is more fierce than the Eureka battle in the Uprising moment. Whether it is a person, a chariot, or an airplane, almost all it exploded on the spot after being watched by her, coupled with various screams. The shock was not so great. Even Tang Yuan, who had played games before, was stunned. After watching this video, Vladimir and Oleg both frowned into knot. It took a long time before Vladimir opened his mouth and said to Daksha, check the authenticity of the video. After a while, Daksha pulled out a USB flash drive, handed it to him, and said, Commander, the inspection has been completed, and there is no trace of treatment. It is true. Fuck, what kind of monster is that? Oleg also seemed to feel the great pressure, took out a small bottle of vodka from his pocket and drank it down, and threw the bottle against the corner with a pop smashed to pieces. This matter must be reported to the higher authorities immediately. Dasha, upload the information, and request support from the higher authorities. By the way, Vladimir ordered Dasha, if possible, apply for a strategic weapon use permit. I believe the people above will those who know the trade-offs. They know better than me which one is more important, a Leningrad or the whole Soviet. Yes, Commander. Daksha took the USB flash drive, began to draw up the application, and uploaded the image data inside. Commander, I specially added the urgent label, and the materials and application will be sent as quickly as possible on the Prime Minister's table. Good job. Now we are going to prepare to deploy defenses. I hope that Demon is just passing by here and will not participate in the battle, Vladimir said, looking at Granov again. As for you, Comrade Granov, you have done a good job and made a great contribution to the motherland. I will nominate you to General Kukov for first-class merit, and more than 10 of your comrades in arms. They took the task of escorting you, and there will also be 2 waiting for merit. Now that you have experienced a long period of hard fighting, you are already very tired, you can go to rest. I will grant you a room, and take your brothers to rest. Yes, Commander. Granov saluted, replied loudly, and left the room. Comrade Natasha, Comrade Tang Yuan, please come here. Vladimir waved to the 2 of them, and they walked to his side, looking at the sand table in Leningrad. The intelligence department has confirmed that the Empire has sent a fleet to Leningrad. Your task is to destroy this fleet from underwater. Comrade Natasha, I believe in your ability. However, Comrade Tang Yuan, what is the problem? I'm fine. Tang Yuan agreed. If I really want to say, this guy is actually just a 2-year conscript. Even if he went to the border guards, he has undergone more rigorous training than the mainland, and it is impossible to act with a special soldier like Natasha. He is the only one who can compare with the special forces. The comparison is only marksmanship, and it may not be comparable. Then why did he dare to agree? It's very simple, he has the main god's exchange system, and can be opened and exchanged in the reincarnation world without being affected. Very well, then it's time for your free activities. Get ready, keep your spirits up, and put yourself in the best condition. I will inform you when the time comes. Vladimir said to the 2 of them. A please gesture, beckoning them out. As for why he trusted Tang Yuan so much, assigned tasks to him directly, everyone knows that this mission is actually assigned to Natasha. It doesn't matter if Tang Yuan is there or not, it doesn't matter if he is an enemy spy or a really awesome mercenary, he is awesome if he completes the mission with Natasha. There is no loss to the Soviet Union if she dies in the mission. If she comes to make trouble, everyone knows Natasha's ability. If she makes trouble, there is no need to guess what will happen. To put it bluntly, I just let him play tricks, but he also took the initiative to help. After leaving the command room, Natasha went to the logistics, saying that she was looking for something to eat. She hadn't eaten since she retreated from the defense line, but Tang Yuan was not hungry for the time being, so she didn't go with Natasha. Period. Then Tang Yuan found a step and sat down, looking at the soldiers running around outside to set up defenses. He seemed to have returned to the feeling of being in the army. Occasionally, I can see 1 or 2 passing by while smoking and talking and laughing. Well, the feeling of being an army is gone in an instant. It seems that the Soviet Union in this world is really cheating, and it doesn't even care about this. But it just so happened that Tang Yuan's addiction to cigarettes also came, and since no one cared about it, he also lit one according to the occasion. Then he opened the exchange interface, and prepared for the next task. It's impossible not to prepare, he knows exactly how much he owns, so why don't you ask a 2-year conscript to perform a mission with the special forces? Tell you, he won't survive tonight. So I'm still cramming to see if I can exchange for some useful things. After searching for swimming, he found a lot of good things. Portable oxygen jade, it can restore the oxygen stored in the lungs to its maximum value exchange price, points. Water breathing, passive skill, no need to explain exchange price, points. Fish gill evolution, transform the body so that the organs behind the ears can be used for underwater breathing, and there are certain requirements for the composition of the water exchange price, points. Swimming, passive skill, you can move in water through body movements, then you learn to swim exchange price, points. Elementary water pressure resistance, passive skill, ignores regular density water pressure within a depth of 100 meters, can be upgraded exchange price, points. Evolution from vibrating vocal cords, transform the body so that the vocal cords can vibrate and produce sounds without air circulation, which can be used in special environments such as underwater exchange price, points. Underwater vision, passive skill, no need to explain exchange price, points. Sonar system evolution, transform the body so that the body can evolve the sonar detection function, but it cannot be used for purposes other than detection. The maximum distance is 100 meters exchange price, points. Originally, Tang Yuan was still struggling with the fish gills evolution. If he wanted to transform himself into a monster, he wouldn't be willing to, would he? However, after looking at the instructions of the recovery system, he felt relieved. Because the recycling system is anything can be recycled, the so-called anything is literally meant, including your lifespan, charm, vitality, luck, strength, speed, even your body organs. These things can all be thrown into the recycling system. However, once these things are recovered, They cannot be recovered. For example, some beings with extremely powerful self-healing power throw one of their arms to the recovery system, so don't even think about using their strong self-healing power to destroy their arms. Grow it back, because that arm is biologically gone, and he'll be programmed to never have that arm in the first place. Naturally, it is impossible to grow an extra arm. It feels like this thing is against the sky. Exclamation mark. So Tang Yuan felt relieved. Since the extra organs can be recycled at any time, it is no problem to grow a fish gill, and I don't know if it is a psychological effect. Once it is confirmed that this thing is detachable equipment, I feel that it's quite interesting to grow a fish gill or something. At least this thing is cheaper than breathing water, although the shortcomings are even greater. There is no problem with this kind of ordinary river water. Originally, I had collected 10,000 points, plus the devil's equipment captured along the way, and threw it into the recovery interface when there was no one around, and exchanged 18 plus points. Adding up, Tang Yuan already has, points. 40,000 points. So Tang Yuan exchanged, fish gills evolution, swimming, yes, this guy's an army, can't swim, elementary water pressure resistance, underwater vision, and directly spent 15 points. Then, because he wanted to destroy the fleet, it was impossible for Tang Yuan to learn how to destroy ships and vehicles unscientifically with an automatic rifle as in the game, so he exchanged some CX bombs produced by the Lord God, which are said to be the evolution of C4. Since it is produced by the main god, it is much more powerful, and it is no problem to use it to blow up ships, 1 for 2,000. So I exchanged 17 CX bombs, and now there is no point left, and I have a completely return to before liberation. Points come and go quickly. But now is not the time to be in pain, at least the money has been spent where it should be used. After touching the back of the ears, there was indeed a curved slit behind the ears on both sides of the head, and Tang Yuan was able to control them freely, as if it was an organ he was born with, which is really amazing. Fortunately, with slightly longer hair, it is difficult for others to see his ears, let alone the gills behind the ears. Just wait for the notification, Tang Yuan is ready to kill and make a fortune along the way. Chapter 7 I Want to be a Profiteer. Finish. Comrade Tang Yuan. Comrade Natasha. Can you hear me? At this time, Tang Yuan had already surfaced to meet Natasha, so he pressed the talk button on the intercom. I heard you, we have completed the mission, and the Rising Sun fleet has retreated. Very well, hurry back to the fortress, there's an emergency. Vladimir's tone was different from the previous calmness, with a hint of haste. Tang Yuan and Natasha looked at each other, but didn't understand what happened, so they hurriedly crawled out of the water and rushed back to the fortress. Along the way, there were many tank wrecks and corpses of Rising Sun soldiers. There were no battle cries and artillery fire in the distance. As they approached the fortress, they gradually saw some Soviet soldiers cleaning the battlefield. It seems that he has kept it. Tang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. When he was playing games before, why didn't he think that the first level would be so difficult? It's true that if you don't serve as a soldier, you don't know the hard work of fighting. Back in the command room, I found that Vladimir and Oleg did not have the joy of victory on their faces. Instead, they frowned, and their faces became more and more scary. Ah, you are back, you did a great job before, Comrade Natasha, your meritorious service has been recorded, Comrade Tang Yuan, thank you for your help, we will give you a reward sufficient to satisfy you. Vladimir spoke but did not relax his face at all. What happened? Comrade Commander. Natasha asked. We have to get ready to leave, comrades, Vladimir said sullenly. Just now, we have received news that a large army of the Rising Sun is on its way to Moscow and is currently in contact with a Krasna 45 satellite station. The defenders fought. Krasna 45. Natasha said in surprise. Who is guarding there? Moskvin. Vladimir replied, but his troops can't last long. After Dasha uploaded the information about the demon, Moskvin connected to the internet immediately and personally confirmed that the demon is real existing. Could it be that? Natasha probably guessed what Vladimir meant. Yes, that demon in a sailor suit appeared on the battlefield of Krasna 45, and Moskvin's troops suffered heavy casualties. Vladimir tugged at his collar, although I don't know why that monster was still there before. Leningrad, now at the Krasna 45 satellite station, but we must leave immediately to support Moskvin. But, Commander, here in Leningrad. Don't worry about here, Comrade Natasha, Comrade Oleg will stay here, and the Rising Sun army that attacked here has already retreated. I have no reason to stay here anymore. Vladimir turned towards asked next to him, Daksha, are you packed? Okay, you can start at any time, Commander. That's good, said Vladimir and looked at Tang Yuan again. Thank you very much for your help, Comrade Tang Yuan, but I'm afraid we have to say goodbye. We can't rely too much on other people's help in this war. You should go back to Huaxia, where the Sickle Party needs your help more than us. Yes, I know. Tang Yuan nodded. Then, later, you can go to Comrade Oleg to discuss the issue of remuneration. He is a generous man and will not make it difficult for you. That's it. My helicopter is about to be ready. Goodbye, my friend, and may Marks guide you. With that, Vladimir left the command room. Then, there was no need for Tang Yuan to stay here, and he went to find Oleg to ask for a reward. Oleg didn't intend to do that shitty thing, so he took him to the finance department with a smile. Don't worry about why, there will be a financial department in the temporary barracks, ready to send money into the card. But when Tang Yuan asked for hard currency, he gave him a small suitcase full of gold. Don't worry about why the financial department has gold. These are all plot needs. Anyway, the Soviet Union and the Red Police has been hacked so badly. I will add a few more dust. So Tang Yuan took the gold and left Leningrad contentedly. As for the way of leaving, of course, I found a place where no one could see, and clicked the return button. Gold, exchange price. 200 million points. Since he had never been a mercenary, Tang Yuan himself didn't know whether the 200 million was a loss or a gain. Anyway, he only had one thought in his mind. Sure enough, the Lord has a dark heart. Every time the reincarnators go to the reincarnation world to do missions, they are put to death by the Lord God, and they can only get pitifully small rewards when they return. Look at Huo Pang, he gave 200 million points with a shake of his hands. Exclamation mark. Good Dafa Marks. Exclamation mark. Back home, Tang Yuan first threw the gold into the recycling interface, exchanged for 200 million points, and then picked up the alarm clock beside him to check the time. Sure enough, when he went to other worlds, the time in his original world was stationary. This is much more convenient, to avoid going to some worlds in the future to spend a few years at every turn, only to find that I have long been considered missing and my household registration has been revoked. That scene is embarrassing when I think about it. More than 200 million points, you can buy something to be happy and happy. Wait a minute, you can't use all of them to buy things to strengthen yourself. After all, you have to pay attention to sustainable development. Thinking of this, Tang Yuan seems to have suddenly changed his style of painting. A second ago, he was still a powerful Red Army soldier. But my son turned into a part-time fortune teller who set up a stall at the entrance of the vegetable market, selling fake jade. That's right, this was his plan before. Because for the first time, he clicked on the seemingly useless transaction button that he thought was useless before. Then the door of the new world opened to him. There are two trading modes. One is the normal trading mode, that is, the reincarnation can sell any item to anyone, including items that cannot be exchanged from the main god, and the price is self-determined. The main god uses the forced transaction function and charges 5% handling fee. The second is the intermediary model, for those who are not reincarnated and cannot contact the main god and exchange items. The reincarnation can list any item in the exchange list. When the object purchases the item, the income belongs to the main god. Reincarnation charges 10% agency fee. What is a forced transaction? It is stated in the description. Once you agree to the transaction, you will sincerely and actively execute the transaction process, even if you had other ideas in mind when you agreed to the transaction, such as perfunctory or cheating. It's black and white. But once you agree, you will really do it according to the terms negotiated in the transaction, and you don't even feel that there is anything wrong with you. According to the Lord God, this is not ordinary hypnosis or something, it is to change a person's thinking from the level of law. For example, young man, how much is this diamond? Money, give it to me. Take it. Well, this is 200 million for you. Then after a long time, hey? Why did I give him the money? Generally, it is not until a long time after the end of the transaction that you will slowly feel that something is wrong. It is already too late, especially in this kind of transaction. You must not use jokes such as life and soul. If it is, then there is really no chance to feel something is wrong. Fuck, this is too scary. Fortunately, the main god of my family has been castrated, and it can only play a role in transactions. Otherwise I don't feel at ease when I use it at ordinary times. Exclamation mark. It's decided. Use these points as the capital of your own doing business. Tang Yuan walked to the window of his room, opened the curtains, and felt that even the scorching sun became more pleasant when he was in a good mood. I want to earn points hard. I want to be a profiteer. I sell things that cost 25 cents for, yuan, and I sell things that cost, yuan for, exclamation mark. Then you can exchange for those powerful bloodlines, weapons, equipment, promotion and salary increase, becoming the general manager, becoming the CEO, marrying by Fumei, reaching the pinnacle of life. I am so excited. End of the first volume. The author is talking nonsense about time. The first volume is equivalent to a prologue, going through the novice tutorial at a brisk pace, and then it's time to pretend. Tang Yuan has made up his mind to be a profiteer. Does anyone think that if I write Yuriko specifically, there will definitely be a plot to fight Yuriko? The result is disappointing. After all, in my understanding, it is impossible for the current Tang Yuan to be Yuriko's opponent. In fact, in my understanding, it is impossible for Natasha and Tonya to get anal. Yuriko, please note that what I said is in the plot, not in the game. Tang Yuan will come back in the future, but that will be a long time later. By the way, it's a setting that I discarded early on. If Tang Yuan's main god hadn't been castrated, and became a reincarnation when he was penniless, entered the space of the main god, and didn't have any points, what would he do? First of all, there is no gun, but because of the arrangement of the Lord God, as an ordinary soldier, he followed Granov and tried his best to find Natasha and return to the fortress. Then he was reorganized into a city defense team. According to the urination of the Lord God, he must be in a relatively dangerous position. Then, as an ordinary mortal, Tang Yuan did not exchange anything. The ADK-45 assault rifle in his hand was still. A few bottles of Molotov cocktails were all he needed to survive the defensive battle. This is normal difficulty. Although the defensive battle will kill people, as a trained soldier, there is still hope of survival. Then this is a high difficulty situation where the Lord God will send you to death, just like what I wrote in my novel. As a mercenary, follow Natasha to act together, but, if it is Tang who has not exchanged anything you want. First of all, he died on the point of can't swim, so there is no need to talk about it later. Hell difficulty, Yuriko didn't go to the Kazna 45 satellite station, but directly participated in the attack on Leningrad, GG. So, the castrated version of the main god is good, it is completely used to let people experience life. I still like to write those articles that are lighter, and those that are too heavy. First of all, I don't like it. Secondly, I don't like it. Good at exaggerating those heavy atmospheres. Again, the reality is already heavy enough. If you want to find abuse after reading a novel, isn't that shaking em? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. Start being a master today. Now that you have decided to be a profiteer, you must first get your own products. There are two kinds of transactions. One is to sell your own things, and the other is to be the intermediary of the Lord God to help the Lord God sell things. Tang Yuan thought about it carefully, and found that there seems to be a problem here, that is, after exchanging things with a main god, and then selling them in the first transaction method, since the price is self-determined, it means that it can be sold at a sky-high price, and the Lord God only charges 5% of the handling fee. Then, who would foolishly choose the second option, to help the Lord God as an intermediary? It was only then that Tang Yuan realized that this second trading method was mainly used for special situations. What kind of special situation? For example, if a customer wants something, but that item is too expensive in the redemption list, Tang Yuan can't afford it, so he can only use the second transaction method, where the customer buys directly from the main god, which means that skip Tang Yuan's step of exchanging goods from inside, which is equivalent to the customer directly doing business with the main god, and Tang Yuan earns 10% of the intermediary fee as a middleman. Well, the Lord God even thought of this situation. So Tang Yuan opened the exchange interface, and prepared to exchange some bloodlines or exercises first, so that he would not even lose the ability to protect himself when someone cheated on him. Open the bloodline tab, and what you see is something that makes people jealous. Chaos bloodline. The origin of the universe, everything comes from chaos. After redeeming this bloodline, it will be immune to any damage except void. Exchange price: 5,000 billion resource points. As soon as Tang Yuan saw 5,000 billion, his heart turned cold, and when he saw the resource points behind him, he felt hopeless on the spot. Damn. It makes me feel uncomfortable just looking at it. So in a fit of anger, Tang Yuan blocked all the items that could only be exchanged with resource points, and when he had resource points, he would display them again. So the whole interface is half refreshed. Superman bloodline, you know, if I want to introduce you to this thing, I suggest you go out and turn left and walk 500 meters. There's an old man selling pirated discs at a stall. There should be Superman's discs for sale. This bloodline optimized, no longer afraid of kryptonite. Exchange price: 220 billion points. How could this Lord God still mock people? Question mark. So expensive. Question mark. Seeing the price, Tang Yuan just wanted to run out and rob the bank, but in desperation he blocked the things he couldn't afford now. The exchange interface is more refreshing. In the end, Tang Yuan took a fancy to good bloodline. Superpowers: if you only exchange this bloodline, you will only be able to awaken your spiritual power, and you need to operate on the upgrade interface to expand your superpowers. Exchange price: 50 points. It seems there is no problem, so let's exchange it. After exchanging the psychic bloodline, Tang Yuan felt his head buzzing, and a cool feeling covered his whole head, and he seemed to be much more energetic, and his thinking seemed to be much more active. Is this the so-called spiritual awakening? Tang Yuan tried to close his eyes and feel it carefully, and found that he could vaguely see things within 10 meters around him with his eyes closed. No, it's not what you see, it's what you detect. Is this spiritual power? It feels so powerful. Then Tang Yuan opened the upgrade interface again, ready to upgrade his superpower. Elementary prediction: a status skill that consumes mental power continuously when activated, and can predict what will happen within 10 meters around you in the next second. You can continue to upgrade to strengthen the prediction range and prediction time. This upgrade requires 50 points. Elementary spiritual blast: consumes a certain amount of mental power, explodes at a designated location, can cause damage to entities, and the damage caused at the spiritual level is more significant. You can continue to upgrade to strengthen the release distance, blast damage and blast damage radius. This upgrade requires 50 points. Elementary mind power: use mind to manipulate objects within 10 meters around you, including yourself, and continue to consume mental power when using it. It can continue to upgrade to strengthen the scope and strength of action. This upgrade requires 50 points. Elementary telekinesis: teleport objects including yourself within a range of 10 meters. Can continue to upgrade to strengthen the range of action. This upgrade requires 50 points. There are still many upgrade options in the future, but they are not very useful in the early stage. You have to keep feeding the points until the later stage. He has ignored those upgrades for the time being. It's so expensive. Tang Yuan felt his heart itch, but after exchanging the bloodline of superpowers, he only has tens of thousands of points left. If he wants to redeem superpower upgrades, he can only redeem 4 points at most. This does not consider the exchange of other things. In the end, Tang Yuan had to exchange 3 of them: elementary mind explosion, elementary psychic power, elementary telekinesis. A total of 200 million was spent. The gold that Olai gave him was gone. Then Tang Yuan ran downstairs, opened the back door and walked into his backyard, trying out these 3 skills. First it was mental explosion. Tang Yuan pointed to the ground not far away, released this skill, and then there was a strange loud bang sound different from the general gunpowder explosion, blasting out a semicircular pit with a diameter of 2 meters. Dirt and weeds fly everywhere. Fortunately, the house is a villa, and the neighbors are far away. Even if they hear it, they don't know what's going on, or they will be careful to track the note. Hey, it's no wonder this thing is worth 50 yuan, it's like a bomb you carry around. Still the same sentence: the Lord God never sells things based on whether the thing is high-end, but only on how powerful the thing can be. It's another example I gave before. RPG and Fireball staff are sold at the same price at the main god. Which one do you want to buy? I feel like I can make a fuss about this. Ahem. So 200 million points were exchanged for some superpowers, and it was hard to say whether it was a loss or a gain. Since the Lord God gave this price, there was naturally a reason. Trying to read the power again, Tang Yuan directly let himself float up, but it seems that his own goal is too big, and it takes a lot of energy to control it. Trying to control those small stones and bricks, it is really easy. And the speed is very fast. Anyway, it can be compared to the speed of throwing it, and it can be used to hit people. Finally try telekinesis. Tang Yuan spotted a spot, released this skill, and then the scene around him changed in a blink of an eye. Looking around, he had already moved to the spot he had just chosen. But it was just a feeling. It is very uncomfortable to change the position suddenly. It seems that you have to get used to it. So Tang Yuan played in his backyard for a long time, until his energy was almost exhausted and his head began to dizzy, so he stopped playing. Well, that's right, I have persisted in releasing skills for so long just now. I looked at my watch for a few 10 minutes, it's no problem to use it for such a long time to fight. Feeling he was slowly recovering mental power, Tang Yuan showed a satisfied smile. The recovery speed is not bad, and it seems that the battery life is also very good, very good. From today onwards, I will change my job to become a master. He took out the AKM-495 from the ring, and floated in midair with a gun on his shoulder. He made a pose, mage with a gun. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? Suddenly remembered a certain picture, the picture of Berserker Gandalf holding a rifle. Defense is not needed for the time being. There is also a secondary barrier on the ring. It should be enough in the early stage. Even if it is not enough, you can open the exchange interface in the reincarnation world anyway, and you can upgrade it at any time. The main problem is points. Alice, money is not the problem is no money, miserable. So Tang Yuan was extremely satisfied with what he exchanged, and then, looking at the messy backyard of her own house, she was dumbfounded. The look of being visited by a faithful follower of Allah. What's the matter? How should parents explain themselves when they come back? Look, Mama, I've awakened superpowers the moment I wake up from sleep. Bahohahoha, if I say that, I always feel that this book has a big poisonous point. Where is the poison? No, keep a low profile. This is the basic quality of a protagonist. Hey, there is a way. Without thinking about it, Tang Yuan, who was full of bad water, thought of a way, ran to the warehouse on the side, pushed the self-service barbecue cart into the yard, and moved out a gas tank. Then he ran to the second floor and threw a spirit blast at the gas tank from a distance. Boom. Come on, my backyard is completely hopeless. Let's find someone to redecorate it later. It's a pity that those orchids that my mother planted are said to be called Dadanfingayu or something. There are millions of seedlings. Oh, I still feel like I will be beaten to death by my mother. What should I do? It doesn't matter, as long as you can hide your superpowers, it's fine. Thinking of this, Tang Yuan took out his mobile phone from the ring. You can still receive calls and text messages in the ring, so you usually put it there, and it feels easy to carry less things on your body. Open the address book and tap an avatar. Hey, Dad. Oh yes, I'm at home. Where's Mom? Oh, I'm next to you, so what? Let me tell you something. I was going to have a self-service barbecue at noon today. Hey yes, the barbecue truck in the warehouse. The gas tank exploded somehow. What? Me? I'm fine. I just ran to the kitchen to get the seasoning. Oh yes, the backyard was completely ruined. Are the orchid raised by Mom? Let me see. Oh, it's already blurred. What? Dad, I was wrong. Don't hit me when I come back. I'm in my 20s. If you hit me again, it looks like how embarrassing. Huh? Are you going to trample me to death when you come back? Tang Yuan hung up the phone with a mournful face. It seems that a meal of flesh and blood is inevitable. Chapter 9 Inuyasha. A station short came, saying that he wanted to sign a contract with me, sign it as soon as he signed it, and ran out to print something and then went to the post office. So, only one chapter today. Text in the end, Tang Yuan was severely reprimanded, but fortunately he was not beaten, so he was spared the pain of flesh and blood, but the feeling of being scolded bloody was not much better. Back in the room, I can still hear my mother wailing my mother's Tang Fingayu or something in the backyard. It sounds really shocking and angry mixed with a trace of grief and hatred, and I feel so pitiful. Tang Yuan could only shrug his shoulders. Who knew those orchids had such a great background and were so expensive? After finally calming down, Tang Yuan locked the door of the room, sat on the bed and clicked the teleportation button in the lower right corner again, wanting to see which 5 worlds will be randomized next, and then decide which world to go to, and then according to the situation over there confirms what things should be redeemed. There are more than 70 points left. However, these points must not be used to strengthen oneself. This is to be used to exchange for goods and make a fortune. As soon as the teleportation interface was opened, the names of 5 worlds appeared. Game World, Dead Space 1, Gears of War 1. Movie World, Jurassic Park. Anime World, Magic Forbidden Book Catalog. A certain scientific railgun, Inuyasha. Well, it's much easier to choose this time. Staring at the 5 worlds for a long time, Tang Yuan said to himself. Dead Space, let's not talk about it, now it's all about dying. If you are unlucky, you will be directly affected by the seal of the gods. You must know that not everyone is like the strongest engineer in the universe, let alone the protagonist's aura. There is another a titanium alloy right foot breaks through half the sky. In Gears of War, it's not just a question of whether it's dangerous or not. Tang Yuan even wonders if the human beings in it are different from the human beings he understands. Too strong, brother, are you really human? Question mark. Jurassic Park, believe me, even if you are a superpower, when you are besieged by a large group of dinosaurs, you will still die miserably. Magical Forbidden Book Catalog. A certain scientific railgun. Could it be that this is a direct fusion because it is originally the same world, and the difficulty is also very moderate, and there are quite a few cute girls? It's obvious that he wants Tang Yuan to choose this one. Tang Yuan was very moved, and chose Inuyasha. Well, that's right, he doesn't dare to go to the Forbidden World for the time being, because once he wants to fight, he will definitely use his superpowers, and his superpowers are really too good for those who do research in Academy City. Worth it. What is research? In layman's terms, it means this little white mouse is interesting. Think about it, mental explosion, telekinesis, and teleportation. These are 3 different abilities. Maybe even a Leicester can't hold back out of curiosity. I want to cut Tang Yuan open to have a look. So, let's go to the world of Inuyasha. At least not everywhere is dangerous. And Inuyasha's world is relatively simple. From the beginning to the end, it tells the story of the brave defeating the devil. In general, unlike the Magic Pen, with various calculations and routines. It just so happened that Japan in the Warring States period was much behind the Japan in the era of the Moban. Tang Yuan could find a high-sounding excuse. The city has too many routines, and I want to go back to the countryside. Selection is complete, ready to send. 3, 2, 1. After a black screen, Tang Yuan came to a small forest. Reincarnation World, Inuyasha warning, system error, information display is incomplete. Praise, is it not even showing the time now? Shouldn't the main guard be broken? Why is it a small forest? As he muttered, Tang Yuan walked a few steps outside the grove, and found himself on a hillside. Not far away was a school-like building. It seemed that this hillside should be the back hill of that school. Am I entering the school without permission? Laughing at himself, Tang Yuan looked around and found that the entire back mountain was also surrounded by walls, so he hurriedly ran while there was no one around. When you get under the wall, keep your speed down, stretch your legs, kick off the wall, slap your hands, press down hard, lift your feet to hook the top of the wall, and turn like this. How are you so proficient? Question mark. That's right, what he just did was a full set of wall climbing moves. As for why the author was able to explain it in such detail, the answer. I heard that there is an internet cafe near the school. After climbing out of the fence, he immediately felt relieved, and the feeling of being a thief was gone. Tang Yuan shook his arms, and then walked on the street with a full face. Looking at the surrounding buildings, I found that there are Japanese styles in the, s everywhere. Is it still decades before the plot? Fuck, decades, does this mean that I need to find a way to live for a few more decades? Question mark. It is also very simple to find a way to live longer. There are many exchanges in the main gods exchange list. Of course, there is an easier way, that is to go to the Warring States era. Even human beings have very powerful practitioners who can live for a long time. It's not in ancient times. It's not good. How can I go back to the Warring States period? The Well of Bone Eaters? It seems that this is the only way. Okay, so be it. Now comes the question, where's the Higurashi Shrine? If there is a problem, find a note. Coincidentally, in Japan, there are policemen patrolling and standing guard everywhere. Tang Yuan saw a policeman standing outside a small pavilion on the side of the street before he walked too far. Comrade. Oh, comrade policeman. Ask me something. When the guy heard someone calling him, he turned around and asked politely, Hi, What's the matter? This way the problem will be easily solved. Tang Yuan gave full play to his ability to make up stories and said, "Comrade, I'm from another place. I want to ask if there is a shrine in this city, and where is it?" The guy smiled after hearing this. "Haha, no wonder you speak an Osaka accent, you really aren't a local. There's only one Higurashi shrine in this city. You just need to go this way and that way, and you will be there." "Thank you, comrade." "You're welcome." Osaka dialect. Question mark. Lord God, your translation function is quite interesting. Does the translation even come with an accent? It turns out that to other Japanese people, I speak with an Osaka accent. Question mark. Why don't you come to Kansai dialect? Question mark. Wait a minute, it seems that Osaka belongs to Kansai. Why don't you come to Kyushu accent? Question mark. After knowing how to go, it was much easier. Tang Yuan arrived in front of the torii gate of a shrine not long after walking. Is it here? Great, so how should we communicate with the people in the shrine? It seems that at this time, Kagome's grandfather should still be very young, right? Maybe the person in charge is Kagome's great-grandfather? After struggling for a long time, Tang Yuan came up with an idea and strode in directly, not caring about the process of visiting the shrine at all. First bow in front of the torii gate. After entering, he saw a man sweeping the floor. He turned around when he heard footsteps. Tang Yuan saw that he didn't recognize him. "Oh, are you here to visit the shrine?" The man dressed as a priest asked with a smile. Tang Yuan shook his head. "It's just that there is a monstrous aura in the wind." As he spoke, he put on an appearance of an outsider. Oh. The man's eyes froze. Why the evil spirit? Tang Yuan continued to maintain his demeanor. "Isn't there a well here?" "Yet, maybe you got it from others." "I don't know why your excellency said that my shrine has evil spirit." The man asked. His eyes were a little subtle. "Xiao Mian, how hard can it be for me?" Tang Yuan sneered in his heart, but there was neither sadness nor joy on his face. "You must have never mentioned the name of the well to others. I don't know how you call it in this situation. All I know is that the well is called the bone-eating well, which connects 2 times. Hundreds of years ago. In the era of Ghost Night Walk, people often put the corpses of monsters into it, and after a while, the corpses of monsters disappeared. You can't argue, just say, yes or no." The man's eyes narrowed. "These are all secrets handed down from the ancestors. How did this unknown person know? I'm afraid I won't meet a real expert today. Your excellency seems to be a knowledgeable person. Please follow me." After finishing speaking, the man stopped sweeping the ground, threw the broom away, and signaled Tang Yuan to follow him. "Excuse me." Tang Yuan nodded slightly. "You see, just mix in like this. How simple is it?" End of this chapter. The author's nonsense time. PS1, I am sorry, I made a super stupid mistake. The location of the Higurashi Shrine. According to Baidu Encyclopedia, the real Higurashi Shrine is located in Iro City, Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. The address is Sakurajicho 1 Chome 2, number 10 was taken from Encyclopedia, but I went back and read the anime again, and it turned out that Aunt Takahashi didn't follow the common sense. The Higurashi Shrine in Inuyasha was directly set in Tokyo. Suddenly I felt that Tang Yuan was an Osaka native pretending to be unprofessional. As long as everyone knows, there are many shrines in Tokyo. Exclamation mark. PS2, I know that trolls are in power now, and, scents are rampant. Maybe when they see that my novels are Kansai dialects and worshipping shrines, it is inevitable that some judges will stand up and see through my identity as a daily miscellaneous. I just want to say that I am indeed more or less interested in the cultures of various countries, but I mainly prefer to study those myths and legends. Regardless of Chinese mythology, I am most interested in foreign mythology, especially Nordic mythology. Next, let's not talk about the Greek mythology and Japanese mythology that are relatively bad. The so-called distinction of accents in various parts of Japan and the steps of visiting shrines are only learned by accident. If you say that I am miscellaneous, it is inevitable that I am not objective. Why do I have to stand up and explain it? It's not about there is no silver 300 tails here, it's just that I'm afraid of being sprayed. Once I find something in my novel that is easy to be sprayed, I have to point it out and explain it. It can also account for most of the reason. Let's put it this way, so many people watch Japanese anime on weekdays. If this is the standard, the countless teenagers in Greater China may become daily miscellaneous. Confusing culture and politics is in itself an act of revealing the lower limit of one's IQ. As the author, I watch Japanese anime, and my paintings are also full of beautiful manga style on weekdays. Is it the perfect combination of daily miscellaneous and sense? I only know that it doesn't matter if I like these things. I remember which country I am from, and it's fine to joke on weekdays. If one day, Japan or the United States wants to make a move on our great China, as long as my 200 caddies of meat are willing accept, I don't mind fighting against a country that provides me with spiritual food on weekdays. African second, I'm serious. Well, I confess, I was a little bit stimulated today, and I took a picture of the unsharpened barrier knife at home and posted it to the group. No, you have to ask for a Japanese sword or something like that. Classmate, did your mother ever tell you that the barrier knife is the so-called Tang knife, and that Tang Dao is the collective name of several standard knives? People point to the Tang knife and say it is a Japanese knife and accuse me of why I don't want a Tang knife but a Japanese knife, but I don't know that mine is a Tang knife and not a Japanese knife. Dizzy, I don't think it's just me, it's not good for anyone else. How many? I suggest that all internet-related software in the future should be bound to an ID card and have a certificate of non-disabled brain issued by the hospital. Every time you want to go online, you should verify it. Those who have not graduated from elementary school and whose IQ is less than, Those who love to make troubles on the internet are not allowed to go online. I don't even look at how the internet has been harmed by these three types of people. Chapter 10 Grandma Feng? After entering the ancestral hall, there is a sealed well in the center. Your Excellency came here on purpose. I'm afraid it's not just to observe this well. The priest said to Tang Yuan. To be honest, I want to try to use this well to go to another time. Tang Yuan replied. Please go ahead. I only heard the legend of this well from my ancestors. I don't know if it really has such a magical ability. The priest stepped forward and put the mouth of the well against it. He took down a pile of talisman papers that he didn't know were useful, and then stood aside and looked at Tang Yuan, without saying a word. Most likely they also wanted to see Tang Yuan's jokes. Tang Yuan opened the well cover and looked at the pitch-black bottom of the well without knowing how deep it was. I remember who said on TV that only monsters and people with the jade of the four souls can pass through the well of bones. I don't know if it's true. Thinking of this, Tang Yuan was about to go down to the bottom of the well to have a look, maybe out of bad taste. He didn't crawl or turn over to get in, but used his mind to let himself float in, straight to the side. The priest watching was stunned for a moment. Oh my god, he flew up. This is really a master, not the so-called bricks called beasts who are here to play around. After going down to the bottom of the well, Tang Yuan showed a look of sure enough. He didn't respond. He didn't travel through time and space. It seems that we have to try plan B. Thinking so, he took out a small ball the size of a ping pong ball from his pocket, and crushed it with a prop. The amazing thing is that after the small ball shattered, there was no damage. Leave any splinters and such on your hands. Key of time and space, pseudo. A sphere containing the power of time and space. When the time or space in a place is relatively weak, release the energy in the key of time and space to forcibly open the passage there temporarily, applicable to multiple world exchange price, points. For example, in addition to opening the passage of the well of Bone Eater, it can also be used to open the portal in the world of the god of death. Fuck. Spoiler, well, anyway, it will be used in the world of the god of death in the future. Sure enough, it worked. I saw a burst of white light suddenly burst out from the bottom of the well, directly blinding Tang Yuan's plus 13 Terra Stone dog eyes. Oh. This light, could it be that the legend of the ancestors is true? The priest was so shocked that he didn't dare to approach it for a while, and only dared to stand aside and watch. In just a few seconds, the light disappeared. The priest went to the mouth of the well, took out a flashlight and shone it on the ground. How could there be a shadow of that person? Oh my god, it's actually true, this well. The priest with cold sweat muttered to himself and tried to jump down, but nothing happened when he fell to the bottom of the well. Could it be? Are there any necessary conditions? After climbing up from the well, the priest began to think about the principle of the well. At this time, it was already time for school to leave, and a little boy ran into the shrine with his school bag on his back. Papa. I'm back. Stinky boy, you are back. Come and see this well. What's the matter, Papa? When the surrounding scene returned to normal and was no longer filled with white light, Tang Yuan found that he was still at the bottom of the well. But there is light shining down on the head, not the light of a flashlight or electric lamp, but the sun's light. You know, the modern well of bone eaters is in the ancestral hall, with a roof. How can there be sunlight? And unlike the bare walls of the well before, the walls of the well are now covered with vines. Could it be successful? Tang Yuan said to himself, climbed out of the well, and looked around. How could there be a shadow of the shrine, surrounded by a lush forest? In the distance, you can see the tall tree, which seems to be called Yashenmu or something. Success, fuck it. Yahoo, it's finally successful. I spent a total of, oceans. It's finally a success for me. So Tang Yuan got excited, cheered, and turned towards Yuan Zhou. Run around, he is not afraid to get lost in this forest. Why are you so happy? Let's hear what's on his mind. Warring States era, 100 ghosts walking at night, demons dancing wildly, monsters, sister, monster girl, he, he. Hey, this dead house is disgusting. After finally running out of the forest, I saw a field. Although it looked quite vast, but according to the production level of ancient Japan, this large field may be used to feed the whole village. It was not dusk yet, and there were still many people in linen clothes working in the fields. Huh? There's someone. Great, business is here. Wait a minute, no, these are ordinary people, they can't offer good things, and it's impossible to buy good things from me. I still pretend the passing traveler as well. So Tang Yuan put his hands in his pockets, whistled, and walked across the field calmly. However, he forgot that the clothes he was wearing were different from those around him, so, being watched, Tang Yuan was very uncomfortable feeling the side of the surroundings. Only then did he realize that he was still wearing modern clothes. On the other side of Shiankin is the small village where a group of protagonists serve as the base camp in the plot. It seems to be called Maple Village of Musashi Kingdom. After entering the village, Tang Yuan, who continued to be watched by the crowd, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed an old man beside him and asked, "Hello, old man. I have a question. Where is the head of this village?" "Ah. Oh, the village head? The witches in the village are equivalent to the village head," the old man said. "Is that so? Then tell me, who is the witch in the village?" "Master Feng, she should be on the side of Yu Shenmu now." "God tree? Isn't it the side where I came over just now?" "Thanks, sir." "Hey, it's okay, you don't need to thank you, look at how polite the young man is nowadays." "Thank you." So Tang Yuan walked back along the way he came, and was surrounded by crowds of people working in the fields on both sides of the field ridge. They could still be heard whispering. "Look at that guy, he's wearing weird clothes and walking around, is there something wrong with his head?" "Hush, don't talk nonsense, maybe he's bewitched." "That's right, there are monsters everywhere in this era, and unscientific things happen at any time, and it's not a rare case for someone to be enchanted by evil spirits. Generally, witches and mages with a little bit of skill can solve such small problems. But, damn it, you're just bewitched!" Exclamation mark. Tang Yuan really wanted to yell at that person like that, but considering his own image, he decided to forget it. Adults have a lot, adults have a lot. Look, so he didn't respond, he must be bewitched. "Damn you, enough!" Exclamation mark. Resisting the thought of beating that man up, Tang Yuan walked back into the woods, walked past a bone-eating well, and walked towards the Yushin tree. Before I reached the god tree, I ran into the Maiko Maple-sama, who was walking towards the village. She saw Tang Yuan, who was dressed very strangely, and she couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Tang Yuan, on the other hand, looked at the big sister in the maiden costume with twitching eyes. This big sister is not particularly beautiful, she is above average, she is more attractive, but she always feels familiar. Where have you seen it? Seems like I've never seen this guy in anime. It seems that there is only one old woman named Feng. Wait a minute. Maiko, Maple, decades ago the plot? Fuck, could it be? Tang Yuan thought of a certain possibility. Then he blurted out those three words. Grandma Feng. Originally, the elder sister of the witch, who thought he was going to say something, had a few veins appear on her forehead when she heard this address, and for a moment she forgot that this person was a strange person of unknown origin, and she just walked up to her with a brain. Duong. Chapter 11 Maiko Maple, Indifference. It hurts, how can anyone beat strangers on the head casually like you? Tang Yuan covered the top of his head, aren't you a highly respected witch? Grandma Feng. Sister Feng withdrew her hand calmly, and replied calmly, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Bullying me is a good person, right? Question mark. Then who are you? What are you planning to do here? At this time, Sister Feng put on a serious face, and talked about business. I'm sorry, but it's best not to get close to that big tree over there, otherwise everyone will be very troubled of. Tisk, isn't it just that Inuyasha is sealed? Who would go to see him at a Misaki tree if he has nothing to do? We are not girls. Who am I, you ask? I'm a traveling businessman from the western mainland. Just call me Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan patted his chest. He's a good guy. And what I sell here are rare things. How is it? Are you interested? Not interested. After finishing speaking, Sister Feng passed Tang Yuan, walked into the village without looking back, and left a word. Your appearance is too suspicious to say that you are a businessman. At least find a package and carry it on your back. Hey. Tang Yuan looked at Sister Feng's back and was speechless. What she said seems to make sense. Such a person who is so clean and has nothing on him, walks up to you and says we are a businessman. Do you believe it? I feel so silly. So Tang Yuan made a decisive decision, opened the exchange interface, clicked on the miscellaneous column, and began to search carefully. Knapsack luggage, made of mysterious fabric, waterproof, very ordinary cloth box. Only people who are full and have nothing to do will exchange this exchange price, points. User lock, upgrade of backpack luggage. No one else can open this box except the owner himself or with his permission. Only those who are full and have nothing to do will redeem this. This upgrade requires 500 points. Why does the main god still have this kind of thing? Forget it, I don't bother to care about these details. Anyway, I just need this. Oh, and there is also the problem of clothes. Let's find something else to cover up the clothes from the future. After searching for a long time, Tang Yuan took a fancy cloak. Fireproof cloak. In addition to the functions revealed by the name, it can also change the color and pattern according to the user's ideas. Note, it can only protect against ordinary flames below 2000 degrees Celsius, and cannot defend against flames that exceed this temperature or contain special energy exchange price, points. It seems that the main god still sells cheap things here, although it feels a little strange. I have to buy some other goods to fill up the empty box. Don't think too much about it, as long as you exchange some things that don't exist in this era, you don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. So Tang Yuan put on the cloak and hood, and set the color of the cloak to be pitch black. Then he opened the box, exchanged a lot of messy things, stuffed them indiscriminately, and then closed the zipper and pulled the box, with his back on his back, and chased after Sister Feng. Hey, sister, do you think my appearance is suspicious? I look like a businessman. This guy's IQ is off the line. I don't even think about it. How could a good-looking ordinary person conjure up a box and a cloak out of thin air? It's too easy to be regarded as a monster, isn't it? So Tang Yuan was kidnapped by Sister Feng as a monster, and dragged all the way to the village. Lord Feng. People kept saying hello to Sister Feng along the way. Some people stared at Tang Yuan, who was tied up for a while. Hey, look, isn't that the one who was bewitched just now? It seems so. Why was it tied up by Mrs. Feng? It was those two who claimed that Tang Yuan was bewitched. It must be because he was bewitched by an evil spirit. Master Feng was afraid that he would cause trouble for everyone by running around, so he tied him up. Well, that makes sense. It has been said that I am not bewitched. Exclamation mark, and the two of you, since you're pretending to be whispering, don't speak in such a loud voice, okay? Question mark. Tang Yuan was about to go mad with anger. What's the matter? Question mark. At this time, Sister Feng also dragged him to the open space in the middle of the village, then left him alone and walked away. A circle of villagers came running to watch Tang Yuan, who was tied up by 5 flowers. Why was this person tied up by Lord Feng? Someone who didn't know the truth asked. You don't know yet, do you? This person is possessed by an evil spirit. That's right. It's those two guys again. Tang Yuan really wanted to run over and kick those two to death. Oh, why did this good-looking young man fall into an evil spirit? So rumors were spread, and after a while, everyone in the whole village knew that Master Feng had brought back a person who had been possessed by an evil spirit. At this time, Sister Feng came over again at some point, holding a jar of salt in her hand. The deja vu of the first episode. Wait. Question mark. This old woman is going to sprinkle salt on me. Question mark. Shoo shoo. Li Gui is really a dog. I don't know how the salt was made, and it smells fishy. Bah, bah, big sister has something to say, don't sprinkle salt on me. Tang Yuan's cold mouth fell into a few salts, which made him spit. Did you open this salt or what? When Sister Feng heard what he said, she stopped what she was doing. No evil spirit, and no reaction to the salt that contains spiritual power. What are you? When asked this sentence, Sister Feng's face with only one eye wearing a blindfold was full of deterrence. I'm a good person. Can you let me go first? Tang Yuan began to struggle. Sister Feng looked at Tang Yuan wriggling on the ground, thought for a while and took out a bundle of talisman paper from her bosom, muttering something, and then pressed it on Tang Yuan's forehead with a slap superior. What are you doing? Tang Yuan asked without knowing why. Then the talisman fell lightly from his forehead. Can post it? It seems that you are not a monster. Sister Feng loosened the rope on Tang Yuan's body. Let's treat you as a good person for the time being. Oh, damn, why didn't I think there was anything wrong with Feng before? Question mark. Aren't you very sensible when you're old? Question mark. Kibao is obviously a monster and a vixen. I haven't seen you tie people up and spread salt. Question mark. Is it because children look harmless to humans and animals? Question mark. So you were so bad when you were young? Question mark. Grandma Feng? It feels like you're thinking of something disrespectful in your heart. Big Sister Feng glanced at Tang Yuan, her only one eye showing a chilling gaze. You misunderstood. Tang Yuan quickly waved his hand, pulled the rope aside, stood up and straightened the messed up cloak, and then put the hood on his head, and the shadow of the hood immediately covered his upper body. With half a face, the whole person seems to have changed in temperament. Thunder Monkey, Miss Maiko, Xianai is a traveling businessman who travels around the world. He specializes in selling some rare gadgets. I wonder if you are interested. Still not interested. Sister Feng finished this sentence lightly, and turned around smartly. I'm not even interested in where your outfit came from. Is that so? Tang Yuan lost his temper. Why didn't she know that Grandma Feng was so cold when she was young? Oh, forget it. It seems that people don't want to see us, so let's get out of here. When passing through the crowd, I heard someone talking. Hey, buddy, at least Master Feng saved you this time, so be careful next time. Don't accidentally fall into the evil spirit again. A popped up on Tang Yuan's forehead on the spot, but after taking a few deep breaths, he finally resisted the urge to go up and tear the man apart. Bewitched, I'm bewitching you. But I have already stabbed that person thousands of times in my heart. Forget it, maybe Sister Feng is in a bad mood for being an aunt these days. Let's go to other places first. For example, Exorcist Village? Judging by the year, should the person in charge in the demon village now be from Shen Hu's grandfather's generation or from her great-grandfather's generation? Well, I believe that those rare things like mine will definitely be of interest to those monster extermination masters. Miss Feng, just wait and see. After I've made a lot of money, I'll come back in exchange for a pile of 4 soul jades in front of you, throwing them one by one for fun. Chapter 12. Come and show you a baby. Tang Yuan, who left Fengzi village, embarked on the journey to the village of exorcising demons. Then naturally, he got lost. Because he didn't even know where the village of the exorcist was. The frantic roar echoed in the woods, startling a group of birds. I vaguely remember that it seems that I have gone a long way. Could it be that the direction is wrong? I took out my mobile phone and wanted to see if the GPS could work, but I remembered that there were no satellites in the sky during the Warring States period. Nonsense. Oh yes. Can't I fly? Why don't I fly to the sky and see the distance? Overwhelmed by his own wit, Tang Yuan used his telekinetic power to pull himself into the sky. Looking down from a height, his vision was much better. So he found smoke coming from somewhere in a certain direction, no matter what the situation was. Since there was smoke, there must be someone, or even a monster. After deciding on that direction, Tang Yuan floated back to the ground. There was no way, the mental power was not enough. If the mental power was strong enough, he wouldn't mind flying over directly. After finally rushing all the way, I found that a ghost, Japanese ghost, not the ghost of China, was roasting wild boar there, the kind of roast that has not been plucked, and the chest has not been opened. Can this roast be eaten? Originally I wanted to ask this ghost for directions, But it turned out that although this guy was very friendly and had no intention of attacking Tang Yuan, but this guy has a problem with IQ? Hey yo, he just can't speak human language. Even the main god's translation system can't. There is nothing to do with him. Well, then a long time toss in vain. Disappointed, Tang Yuan had no choice but to leave. Looking at that stupid idiot who was still holding wild boars and throwing them into the fire, I have special barbecue skills. Tang Yuan felt that he was just as stupid as him for trying to talk to him before. After walking for a week, I still didn't come across a village, let alone a village. I didn't even see a human being. Tang Yuan, who couldn't bear it anymore, floated into the sky again and looked at it from afar. There are large areas of cooking smoke everywhere. It should be that the village has not escaped. Call. Finally found a place with people. Tang Yuan, who was relieved, hurried to that direction and rushed over. As a result, after walking for a long time, he saw a mighty army of thousands of people approaching. When Tang Yuan went to check if there was a village in front of him, he learned that there was no village at all. It's nothing more than smoke from the army's camp and cooking. Tang Yuan, who watched the army go away, just looked up to the sky and yelled, "My heart is in pain, old man." Fortunately, there is no unparalleled road, and after being lost for half a month, Tang Yuan met a monk by chance when his eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious, feeling that he had been abandoned by the world and was about to become a savage. After simple communication, Tang Yuan finally found out where the nearest village was, thanked the monk repeatedly, and rushed towards the direction he was directed. When I went there, I found out that it was a trap, and I was made dumplings by a group of monsters. According to the leader, death will make you die more clearly. That monk was disguised by our comrades, specially to fool those people in the wilderness. People come into this trap. Tang Yuan lowered his head. Because of the shadow of the big hood of the cloak, people couldn't see his face clearly. What's wrong with you? Hey. You have to keep a normal mind. I heard that frightened human beings don't taste good, said the monster in the lead. Hey. Came a voice from under the cloak. The monsters didn't know why. Hey, ha. Tang Yuan raised his head, with a blackened smile on his face. Aren't you just playing with me? If I want to find a village to rest for a while, can I? I'm not afraid of me to take revenge on society, right? Damn boss. A monster with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks who couldn't see what it was said to the leader. This human is going crazy. I heard that the flesh of a crazy person will have a fishy smell after death. He's not completely crazy yet. Kill him. That makes sense. The monster in the lead nodded, picked up a big knife that had been inserted at the side, and slashed at Tang Yuan's neck. Teleportation. Tang Yuan appeared behind the leader in an instant, and then stretched out his hand to aim at his head. Spirit Blast. A mass of mental power erupted from the inside of the monster's brain. Even if it didn't explode his head, it would blow him into a fool. However, he didn't even have the chance to be a fool, and his whole head burst open, red and white scattered all over the ground, and the surrounding monsters stared blankly at this scene, completely silent for a while. Ha ho. Tang Yuan let out a dry laugh. What are you looking at? Come on together, maybe you can really take me down. The monsters were taken aback for a second, and then they didn't know who yelled, "He's alone. Let's go together." As soon as this classic flag dedicated to dragon suits came out, all the monsters rushed towards Tang Yuan screaming like bull blood, shouting, "The liver is mine, I want thighs, human whip to strengthen the yang, I want," or something. That scene was like shit falling from the sky and a group of people scrambling for the only umbrella. Tang Yuan still had the same smile, and took out the AKM-495 from the ring. It's just a group of little monsters who are not much stronger than humans. They even rely on traps to catch people. How much fighting power do you expect them to have? Shaking his head. Damn, it's too much? Seeing that there was no complete corpse around, Tang Yuan thought carefully about the details of what he had done before, and couldn't help feeling a little nauseated. Isn't it because we can't find humans? What's the big deal? After being blackened once and venting enough, Tang Yuan's mentality suddenly improved, and he no longer had the impatience of not being able to find a human settlement, but walked on the road step by step in a calm manner. Stop, sometimes look at the mountains, sometimes look at the water, so leisurely. I had only been walking for half a day, and when I passed a river, I saw a girl lying on the ground by the river with her butt pouted and reaching for fish in the river. Sister, the big fox tail behind your buttocks is quite conspicuous. As if sensing Tang Yuan's gaze, The girl turned around. Oh, she looks pretty good. It's a pity that she is relatively young, and Tang Yuan likes the big sister type, and has no love for such girls. Hey, the vixen said hello, is it a human? Why don't you come and help us catch fish together? Tang Yuan scratched his head, not knowing what to say. It seems that in Japanese mythology, most vixens don't harm people but just like to play tricks on others. Even the notorious Tamamo Maid just incarnated a beautiful woman to confuse the king, and was later also loved by an Harmony Bite, that is, An Harmony Bei Qingming's grandson, was taught to be a human being before slowly becoming black. Judging by the vixen's reaction, it is estimated that the vixen in the worldview of Inuyasha is the same as most Japanese myths, and is not very hostile to humans. Sister, do you think I look like a good person? Tang Yuan scratched his head and asked. That's right, wearing an airtight black cloak, carrying a big box with unknown contents on his back, looking at the furtive well, if this image appears on the street, there will surely be a police officer who will come to question him. It doesn't matter if you are a good person or not. The vixen shrugged. Anyway, we are a man. Tang Yuan looked at the graceful and flat-chested vixen in front of him, and put on a black question mark face. What? You don't believe it? The vixen reached out and grabbed the tie of his clothes. Why don't we untie the clothes? Come here and let me show you a treasure. No need, no need. Tang Yuan quickly waved his hand. He is not gay, and he has no hobbies for novelty hunting, especially you and so on. Thank you very much. Then it's over? Come and help us catch the fish, I owe you a favor. The vixen wagged his tail and put on an extremely seductive smile out of habit. Tang Yuan's face immediately turned green. Is this guy sent by God to break me? Chapter 13 Demon Eliminator. After all, it was a guy who was able to talk to him after a long time, so Tang Yuan didn't leave in a hurry, and just stood there chatting with this vixen. According to this vixen, his name is Leo Ranunculus, and his dream is to be able to let people know that we are male without relying on the transformation technique. 3 times it was round X, but each time after the clothes were stripped off, all the men in the group looked like they had eaten shit. Tang Yuan could imagine how beautiful the picture at that time must have been. So, you men. Bah. Why are most men so disgusting? Can't you honestly ask for a wife to go home and slowly solve your physiological needs? We are females with more than double digits. I confessed it. Hearing this, Tang Yuan suddenly wanted to burn the vixen in front of him to death. Of course we rejected them all. Liu Yun said proudly, our plan is that when a female confesses to us, she will be our wife. Well, you have a lot of ideas. Tang Yuan folded his arms and nodded deeply. I sincerely hope that the girl you meet who confesses to you is a dinosaur. What is a dinosaur? Don't bully us because we don't read much? Liu Yun tilted his head. Damn, is it completely out of instinct to be cute? It's nothing, it's a monster. Tang Yuan dismissed the question perfunctorily. At this time, the two were squatting side by side under a tree on the river bank, and there was a small pile of fish bones at Liu Yun's feet. To be honest, no matter who it is, it doesn't look very good to hold a raw fish and chew it. My name is Tang Yuan, and I'm a traveling merchant from the western continent. Huh? Yes, I can try to do business with monsters too. How about it? Buddy, do you want to see what I sell here? Speaking, Tang Yuan took down the big box behind his back. Okay, we have nothing to do anyway, let's see and see. Liu Yu nodded. Okay, look at it. Tang Yuan unzipped the zipper, opened the box, spread out a piece of cloth inside, and then placed a bunch of messy things on it. Oh. It looks very interesting. As he said, Liu Yun picked up a double-barreled shotgun. You even sell iron cannons here. And it seems to be more expensive than those used by the army. It's much more powerful. Well, it's a pity we don't like to use this. As he said that, Liu Yun waved his hand at Tang Yuan, and said, these things are all going to be sold to humans, right? We monsters have all sorts of strange needs, so hurry up and bring out the products you sell to us monsters. As soon as Tang Yuan heard it, a smiling face appeared immediately. He wrapped the cloth on the floor, wrapped all the goods in a ball and stuffed them back into the box, closed it again, and clapped his hands. The ones on the outside are always the worst. If you don't like these products, it means that you want more advanced services. Come on, tell me what you want. While speaking, Tang Yuan opened the exchange interface. Liu Yun thought for a moment. We don't have any big dreams, let's just forget about Ninetales. Hey, Is there anything that can make us stronger? You have to talk about it. Which aspect do you want to be stronger? Strength? Speed? Or something else? Tang Yuan asked rhetorically. Which aspect? Liu Yun pondered for a moment, and said, everything is empty. We only want power. The power that can fly no matter what. Can you sell it? Just as Tang Yuan was about to say something, he was interrupted by Liu Yun's next words. Just kidding. Ha ha ha. It's hard for you, isn't it? How can you get this kind of thing by buying haha? Besides, you are just a human being. How can there be something for Yao Ke to sell ha ha ha? Tang Yuan shook his head, and said calmly, it's for sale. The laughter stopped abruptly. Strength enhancement ball, seal the main god's body enhancement points into a spherical object, which can be used for trading, and the effect will not be discounted in any way. Exchange price, every point of physical enhancement needs, points. Pretentiously, Tang Yuan reached out and touched his bosom, exchanged for a ball containing, strength enhancement points, and handed it to Liu Ranunculus. It's fate to meet each other. Besides, although you are a man, but for the sake of your beauty, this is for you. If you want to use it, just stretch out your hand and crush it. 100 power points, a total of, points, is still a price that Tang Yuan is willing to give away. If you really want to talk about the price, just tell me the human village closest to here. As he said that, Tang Yuan showed an extremely sunny smile. Aren't you trying to pick us up? Liu Yun took the ball, but didn't intend to crush it. This ball is quite beautiful. Forget it. It looks pleasing to the eye. Let me show you a way. Well, here, go straight in this direction, about 10 days walk, and there is a human village. After arriving there are many nearby villages, and there is a market or something. Maybe you can sell yours their goods. Okay. The deal is complete. Tang Yuan clapped his hands, put the suitcase on his back and walked towards the direction Liu Yun pointed out to him. I believe you will want to see me again. After saying this, he left without looking back. Is this human being sick? Liu Yun looked at Tang Yuan's back and whispered. As soon as Tang Yuan left Liu Yun's sight, he desperately used telekinesis to move forward. Joke! Exclamation mark. If that guy really crushes the ball and finds it works, who knows if you will come after him and prepare to rob? Question mark. I don't know if that guy is powerful or not. Tang Yuan doesn't dare to bet on his luck. So, run away as soon as you finish pretending. Then why did he take such a big risk to give the thing to Liu Yun? It's nothing more than wanting Liu Yun to do publicity in the circle of monsters first, and when I become stronger in the future, I won't be afraid of those monsters, and then I can happily do business with them. Telekinesis does not have a cooling time or other restrictions. Often Tang Yuan is still there one moment, is 10 meters away the next moment, and teleports forward 10 meters in the next moment. The forward speed is super fast, of course. The loss of mental power is also very powerful. However, using telekinesis all the time can last for a small half a day, and it can also have the effect of exercising mental strength. Fortunately, the vixen named Liu Yun probably didn't believe Tang Yuan's words, so he didn't crush the little ball, otherwise he wouldn't have chased it up until now. For the next few days, Tang Yuan used telekinesis to drive on the road. When his mental power dropped below 20%, he changed to walking slowly to recover his mental power. When the recovery was full, he used telekinesis to drive again. In order to recover and increase mental power more efficiently, Tang Yuan also exchanged another skill. Elementary meditation, passive skill that can replace sleep. The energy of the non-scientific system will quickly recover and slowly increase to the maximum value. During the meditation process, you can still perceive the surrounding situation, and you can interrupt the meditation at any time. Exchange price 20 points. After exchanging for this elementary meditation skill, Tang Yuan only has 10,000 plus points left, and urgently needs an income. Fortunately, on the 7th day of such a frenzied journey, he arrived at the human village mentioned by Liu Yun, but he did not dare to stay here, because it could not be ruled out that Liu Yun would find this place, so Tang Yuan just passed by this village left along the path that human beings came out of. This time he didn't dare to deviate from the human path. He got lost before because he wanted to try the feeling of walking in the forest, but when he realized it, he couldn't find the way at all, so he had to follow without a trace. Running around like flies, I got lost for nearly a month. Fortunately, there would be no problem if he walked along the road. Tang Yuan, who traveled day and night, Walked for another day and arrived at another village. There should be no problem here. There are several forks on the road from the first village to here. If he had to go all over again by himself, it would not guarantee that he would be able to come to the second village again. It is unlikely to find him. So Tang Yuan, who was completely relaxed, felt extremely exhausted. He went to the village chief and explained that he was a traveling businessman. The village chief, who has lived a long life, immediately lamented that the Western continent is so miraculous. While sighing, he arranged a guest room for Tang Yuan, and finally let Tang Yuan sleep peacefully. After sleeping all night, Tang Yuan left the village again. Before leaving, he asked the village head what markets were in this area. After getting some general directions, Tang Yuan thanked the village head and set foot on the road again the journey. Another month passed. Come and take a look. These are all rare things brought from the Western continent. Tang Yuan set up a stall on the side of the road to sell his messy things, not to mention, these things are quite easy to sell, like modern salt that is white and white without a trace of peculiar smell, and even has a trace of smell in the upper class. Waves, and those warriors also love the titanium alloy watermelon knife sold by Tang Yuan. In general, although the price of the exchanged items is low, and the price can be doubled, or even several times, it is too slow to make money in this way. Tang Yuan has always wanted to make a big business, but until now it didn't work out. The biggest business I have done so far is to sell a samurai sword with automatic repair function and good quality. The exchange price is 100 points, to a very rich samurai at the price of, tails of gold. But maybe God can't see it. A dignified protagonist who owns the main god exchange system sells salt and watermelon knives at a vegetable market stall, so this day, Tang Yuan finally saw the person he had been looking for. Black tights, leather armor on the joints, and various weapons hanging around the waist. Not a ninja. It's an exorcist. Mother, finally saw the exorcist! Exclamation mark. Chapter 14 Drink the little red bottle when you in number 039, redying. Those monster extermination masters also looked a little old, probably because they were not as effective as before when they were older, so they were responsible for purchasing supplies. However, as long as it is a demon extermination master, Tang Yuan was finally able to get in touch with the exorcist. Hey, those uncle demon masters over there. Don't you want to come and have a look at my place? There might be something good. Some demon masters were called to them, and when they turned their heads, they saw Tang Yuan with a stall on the side of the road. In a world where monsters are rampant, monster exorcisers are more popular and respected. Are you? The exorcist, who seemed to be the oldest in the grade, asked. I'm a traveling merchant from the Western continent. I can buy many things that are not available in China. Tang Yuan ramped up the stall, stuffed it into a box, and carried it on his back, not forgetting he said to the surrounding onlookers, It's closed, I'm here today Master Exorcist, come here, let's find a quiet place to talk, for example, the grove outside is good. After speaking, Tang Yuan took the lead to walk outside the market. Went to the grove and waited for a while, but the exorcising masters hadn't come yet. Tang Yuan smiled and continued to wait there. The middle-aged exorcist who was the leader was still hesitating whether to follow. After a while, a few younger demon extermination masters came around and said, Brother, I just asked briefly, this guy is a very mysterious vendor. He has been setting up a stall here for a while, and often sells some pretty incredible stuff. Even once a samurai bought a knife from him that he could repair himself. Seems like a nice guy, not something evil. In this case, let's follow the past to see, maybe he wants to do business with our demon master. After hearing this, the middle-aged demon master knew that there was nothing wrong with the vendor, so he made a decision and let a group of demon masters walk out of the market and into the grove. Tang Yuan waited there for a long time, and finally saw a few demon masters coming, so he greeted them with a smile. Oh, you finally came, which made me think I was headed. What are you going to talk to us about? The middle-aged exorcist asked. We are exorcists, and we rarely have any needs. I've already said that you will be interested, huh? Rather, it's not just you who are interested. Even those big monsters who dominate the world can't refuse this thing. As he spoke, Tang Yuan took out a small bottle filled with an unknown red liquid. This thing is so famous that it needs no introduction. HP recovery potion, quickly heal injuries including fatal injuries on the body. The dosage depends on the condition of the injury exchange price, Points. Little red bottle. Exclamation mark. I can't believe anyone wouldn't want this. Exclamation mark. The Lord God has already said that except for amputation injuries, other injuries can be cured. Of course, the so-called amputation injuries include beheading, but if it's just a piece of flesh lost, as long as it's not too exaggerated, it's fine. This bottle of Gang's red potion can still grow the meat back. This thing is the only life guarantee when the nurse and the team is away. Uncle Demon Extermination Masters, take a look and come over here. Tang Yuan pulled out a small knife and cut his arm, and the blood suddenly spurted out. Already. Tang Yuan was startled and quickly drank the little red bottle that had been opened. Then the long incision on the arm healed at a frightening speed. Looking at Tang Yuan again, there was nothing wrong with it, not even the blood loss symptoms that should have occurred when the artery was cut just now. The whole person was full of energy and radiant, as if he had just woken up from sleep, and his face seemed to have not been washed. How is it? Are you interested? Tang Yuan looked at the demon masters opposite with a smile, and then took out a small red bottle and handed it over. This is not a trick to deceive people. If you don't believe it, you can try it yourself. The exorcists looked at each other, and one of them stood up and said, I'll come. I happen to have a small wound on my hand and it hasn't healed yet. He showed his right hand, and there was a wound a few inches long on the palm of his hand, which was about to heal scabs, but not completely healed. In front of other people, he opened the little red bottle, and took a sip tentatively. Sweet. As soon as the words fell, there was an itchy feeling on the hand. He raised his hand and looked down, and the small wound had disappeared. How is it? I didn't lie, did I? Tang Yuan chuckled, looking at the little red bottle that the exorcist had only drank a little and still had a lot left. I'll give you this bottle, and I want to buy it again. If so, you need to pay for it. Of course, you can also take me to your village. Maybe I have many other things here that can be of great help to you. Several exorcists discussed for a while, and finally decided that one of them would take Tang Yuan back to the village first, let Tang Yuan go to discuss with the village head, the leader of the exorcists, and the others would stay in the market to buy supplies. Ever since, Tang Yuan successfully reached the village of the exorcist. Hello, I am the leader of the demon division. Tridakna, Sheka, one of the 7 treasures of Buddhism. Prajna Sutra believes that the 7 treasures of Buddhism are gold, silver, glass, coral, amber, clam, agate, so here I thought of a reasonable name for Shen, whose grandfather. You are the businessman from the west. Yes, my name is Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan made a bow. In front of me, this giant clam exorcist who claims to be about 30 years old, does not look strong but is very compact. He has great strength and flexibility at the same time. He seems to be a good fighter. Judging from his age and his judging by her age, it should be Coral's grandfather. I heard people say that the demon masters are a group of ordinary human beings who have the courage to fight against monsters and win repeatedly. They have the lofty spirit of protecting humans from monster persecution, so I am also thinking that there may be something in me that can be of real significance to you. Sexual help? Of course, you have to pay for it. Tang Yuan said. It's nothing noble, it's just the inheritance of the ancestors. Tridakna smiled and waved his hands. He told me the news when he brought you back. You have a potion that can quickly heal the wound? I don't know the price. The production cost of this potion is also quite high. A bottle needs a tael of gold. Sorry, no bargaining. This price is considered conscience, at least not double the price. A tael of gold. Tridakna thought about it for a while. If it is this kind of miraculous healing effect, a tael of gold is not expensive, and this kind of medicine is used to save lives, so it is impossible to use it in large quantities. You can afford the price even if you come to the village. Thinking of this, Tridakna also planned to buy a batch. How much of this potion do you have with you? I have a lot of inventory. Tang Yuan smiled. In this unscientific worldview, there are many unscientific things that don't need to worry about being shameful. As long as it is not treated as a sorcery, to be honest, the reason why I can easily cross the sea with so many things is thanks to the method of receiving things given to me by an immortal. I will not spread it to the outside world. Tridakna didn't care about this, let alone worry about whether this person is a monster in disguise. A monster who dares to play like this in the village of the demon master is either able to destroy the village at will, or is mentally retarded. Since this is the case, can the 500 bottles be taken out? Tridakna asked. No problem. What? Can I give the money first? Don't get me wrong, this has nothing to do with whether you trust me or not. It's a rule set by the master who brought me into the industry before he died. I won't tell you the truth. It's because I can't get 500 million points on me, so I need to recover the gold first, so that I can get points. It's okay, it's understandable. It seems that your master has some experience. Tridacna smiled, and had already imagined a businessman was cheated out of his money and died in depression. Before he died, he told his disciples to confirm before the transaction. Is there a problem on the other side, but he thought too much? Sorry. Tang Yuan didn't know what Tridacna was thinking, but he also knew that this request was a little too much. It didn't take long for 500 taels of gold to be sent over. It seems that the village of exorcising demons in this period was quite rich. During this period, 1 tael of gold could buy hundreds of caddies of rice. But for Tang Yuan, it doesn't matter how many caddies of rice he can buy. Anyway, the gold is also used to recycle in exchange for points. After recovering 1 tael of gold, you can get 1 points. That is to say, you can earn 100 points for 1 small red bottle, and million points for 500 small red bottles. How should I put it? It feels like it should be considered a big deal, right? I have other good things here. Tang Yuan was about to drain the group of exorcists today, so with a big wave of his hand, he took out another thing that was extremely useful for exorcists. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15: The Mage of Interest. Oh? Do you have any other good things? Tang Yuan waved his hand and took out a scroll. Enchanting Scroll Breaking Demon. It can be used on weapons. After enchanting, it will cause extra damage to targets of magic, fantasy, supernatural and other systems. The damage depends on the power of the weapon exchange price, points. This thing itself is not of much value, because the damage depends on the weapon. If it is enchanted on a fruit knife, the effect will be very embarrassing, but if it is enchanted on a big sword that cuts iron like mud, it will make the power of the big sword is even higher, if the enemy is the type targeted by Breaking Demon. So for those very powerful weapons, the price of this enchanting scroll is undoubtedly very cost-effective. This is a scroll researched by a super powerful mage in our West. If the power on the scroll is released, this power can be permanently attached to the weapon. A weapon with this power will cause more damage when attacking monsters. Serious damage, of course. The specific effect depends on the power of the weapon itself. After listening to Tang Yuan's introduction, Tridacna felt that this was really a good thing. Looking at Tridacna's expression, Tang Yuan knew that the scroll had attracted him, so he generously handed him the scroll in his hand. Come on, this is a trial, and it will be given to you for free. Tridacna took the scroll, fiddled with it left and right, and opened it to take a look. It was full of incomprehensible runes, so a tangled expression appeared on his face. How do I use this? Put it on the weapon of your choice first, and then just tear off the seal on the other end of the scroll. So Tridacna took out a knife from the weapon rack on one side, and enchanted the knife according to Tang Yuan's instructions, and then a layer of white light appeared on the surface of the originally very ordinary knife. If you want to experiment, just look for a part of the monster's body. You should have a lot of that kind of thing here, right? Tang Yuan kindly suggested. After all, most of the weapons used by demon masters are made of monster materials mated. Exorcist is like this, crusade against monsters, and then use the materials on monsters to make weapons and equipment, and then use these weapons and equipment to fight against more powerful monsters, and get more powerful materials. The cycle continues. Why does it sound so much like Monster Hunter? No, what they are dealing with are demons and goblins, so it should be the legend of ghosts that is more appropriate. Taukadan. Well, there seems to be nothing wrong. Tridacna went to the workshop to get a piece of monster bone. First, he found an identical knife that had not been enchanted, and chopped off the monster bone. He managed to cut a blade in, but he couldn't cut it completely. Break this bone. Then he pulled out the enchanted knife again, and chopped at the bone with the same force. With a click, the bone was chopped into 2 pieces. Useful. Tridacna looked at the enchanted knife with a layer of white light in satisfaction, then turned to look at Tang Yuan. This scroll, is the effect really permanent? Are there many in stock? What is the price? Sample. Of course it's permanent. This one is cheaper, 1 tael of gold and 2 scrolls. Each scroll is made by that mage himself, the power is the same, and the quality can't be a problem. The mage's name is Lord God. Tang Yuan said in his heart. Well, it's cheaper than that potion. It's understandable, after all, the effect of that potion is more magical than this scroll. Tridakna thought for a while, but looked depressed. Why don't you get this kind of thing sooner? Come out. There is not much money left in the village, and the rest has to be used for food. We do not farm the demon masters, we rely on buying food. If there is no money, there will be no rice. Tang Yuan was confused. Then what should I do? It's okay, little brother, you are exhausted. Do you need to rest in our village for a few days? Tridakna said with a hint of flattery. We'll work harder these days, go out and do more tasks. Maybe can you get enough money? Can it still be like this? Alright, I have nothing to do anyway. So Tang Yuan nodded and agreed. Okay, I won't bother you for a few days. It's okay. The village is dirty and small. I'm really sorry. You are welcome. So Tang Yuan was forcibly left in the village of exorcising demon masters like this. There is no need to worry about their plans. After all, they are a group of people who continue this dangerous profession for the sake of the inheritance of their ancestors. If they are not upright enough, then Tang Yuan may be the only honest person in the world, he said it himself. However, this group of exorcising masters was very hospitable, and specially cleaned an empty house for Tang Yuan and let him live in it. Tang Yuan looked at the little kid with snot hanging from his nose who was following Tridakna, and felt like lying in his heart. This guy is Coral's father, I feel so majestic. Is it 5 years old? The little kid found Tang Yuan was staring at him, so he ran over and said, Brother, what's in the box behind you? Little ghost, I'm 20 years older than you, you should call me uncle, Tang Yuan muttered. As for the inside of this box, yes, it seems that there are still some things for children to play with. As for why there are things for children to play with in the main god, then I have to ask the main god. Bear children, as long as it is a man, who would refuse this? That's right. BB guns, the special version of the main god is waterproof and fireproof, and it is not broken, and it is the kind that shoots table tennis, so you don't have to worry about hitting your eyes. It also refers to the hammer structure of the revolver, the kind that does not need to be fired once and loaded once. BB gun, a toy. I don't know why you would want to exchange this. 2 ping pong magazines as a gift exchange price, 5 points. $5 can buy such a good quality BB gun. ? Lord God, you are going against the sky. ! Give me back my childhood. Unlimited bullets, literally. The price is always twice that of the corresponding firearm. This upgrade requires 10 credit points. How the hell can it be upgraded to infinite bullets? Lord God, you are going to be crazy. ? Come, play with this toy iron cannon, don't bother me. Demonstrated how to play this toy gun to Coral's father. This name, so Coral's father, happily picked up the gun and went to the trench with a snot in his nose. The iron cannon you gave, try it. What, won't it hurt people? Tridakna looked at the back of his son charging with the gun a little worriedly. Of course not. Look, Tang Yuan exchanged another one and upgraded it with unlimited bullets, cheap anyway, and shot at the crotch of the giant clam. Tridakna looked at his crotch, which had nothing to do with it, and breathed a sigh of relief with cold sweat on his face. That's good. At this time, the gate of the village was opened, and a team that went out to hunt down monsters came back to the village. The leader of the team reported to Tridakna, Boss, we have completed the crusade without any casualties. Oh, this mage said he had something important to discuss with you, so he came back with us. The man dressed as a mage after birth. I have heard Mr. Tridakna's name for a long time, and I am honored to meet you today. The mage bowed his head and made a Buddhist salute. Oh. Welcome. I don't know why you are looking for me. Tang Yuan leaned over to take a look, and it was fine if he didn't look at it. But when he saw the mage's appearance, he was in a bad mood. Maitreya? ? Shouldn't this guy even have sperm by now? Did he time travel? Okay, it doesn't seem to be Maitreya. The position of this guy's facial features is slightly different from that of Maitreya, although he is still handsome. Could it be? If you compare the years, it seems. In Xiamibeo, I can barely be regarded as a mage who is interested. I came to visit Mr. Tridacna today because I hope that Mr. Tridacna can give me a helping hand and go to hunt down a powerful monster. Sure enough, it is my Treya's grandfather. You are still a sorcerer. You are the man who sealed Shen Jinwei. If you are so humble, your grandson will cry. I will really cry. Exclamation mark. Also, what the hell is it because of interest? Master Mibao, please come in and discuss in detail. After speaking, Tridacna brought Mibao into the house. Tang Yuan originally wanted to follow, but he was not called on by others, so it would be impolite to follow like this. Thinking of Tridacna, he continued, Brother Tang Yuan, do you want to come and listen too? Seeing that you are also capable of killing monsters, you shouldn't mind helping with this, right? Wish for it, Tang Yuan quickly responded, and also ran into the house. Chapter 16 Level 1, 9999. Special Event, Mouth Who. Because the author suffers from intermittent mutation polygonum dependence, sometimes he feels very high for no reason, and there is a rare phenomenon of 3 shifts a day. Ah, I'm so excited! Exclamation mark. The mage who claimed to be Mibao was later Meili's grandfather. According to the setting, he was a mage with powerful magic power. He once sealed the boss Shen Jinwei in the theatrical version of Dream City in the Mirror. This guy actually ran to the village of the exorcist, and even found Tridacna and said that he wanted to ask him for help. Is there anything he can't handle by himself? The 3 of them sat down around the table, and Tridacna's wife also retreated after pouring tea. Okay, Master Mibao, now we can talk. Well, the thing is actually like this. A few days ago, I passed by a village that was slaughtered and I met a very powerful monster there. She looks like a beautiful woman like a fairy, but her behavior is very cruel and rude. I couldn't see it, so I was going to get rid of it, but that guy was very strong. I could only fight her to a draw. No one could do anything to anyone, so this time I was going to find some helpers, so that I could defeat her. That's it. I'll talk about the details later, Mr. Tridacna. I hope you, as the strongest demon extermination master, can help me to exterminate that monster together. The corners of Tang Yuan's eyes twitched as he listened to it. Slaughtered a village. This is normal. Monsters do it all the time, but, as beautiful as a fairy, could it be Shen Jinwei? Destroying monsters and protecting human beings is the unshirkable mission of our demon masters. Of course I am willing to go with you. Tridacna nodded fiercely and agreed. Then both of them looked at Tang Yuan who was sitting next to him. Brother Tang Yuan, what do you think? Do you want to go together? Ah. Me? Well, go. Anyway, you are in charge of the village, and I have to wait for you to come back before I can continue to do business. Tang Yuan reckoned if he could upgrade again, even if he can't beat Shen Jinwei, he should be able to guarantee that he won't die so quickly, so he can't go wrong with him to see the world. Since both of you have agreed, let me explain in detail. Mibao took a sip of tea and continued, the monster's name is Shen Jinwei. According to her own statement, she devoured a celestial girl and gained immortality. The ability to be immortal, that's what really bothers me. If it wasn't for the immortality, I would have wiped her out a long time ago. It really is Shen Jinwei. It seems that I am lucky. Isn't it enough to seal her? Tang Yuan said without thinking. That's what I mean. Mibao looked confused. However, if I want to seal a monster of that strength, I need to spend a long time in preparation, and that's why I need help. I understand. Tridacna understood Mibao's meaning. So you need someone to restrain Shen Jinwei when you are preparing to seal the spell, then your helper can't be too weak, right? I didn't question, but, little brother Tang Yuan, do you have a confidence? Me. Tang Yuan pointed at himself and smiled, I don't care. If you really want to say it, isn't the purpose of life in this world to find out how much weight you have before you die? I am very happy. Give it a try, even if you die, it doesn't matter. Well, that makes sense. Tridacna seemed to agree with Tang Yuan's point of view, so he knocked on the table. It seems that this is all right, so Master Mibao, when are we going to leave? Tomorrow. Let's prepare for today and adjust my state. I wonder if I can stay in the village for a night. No problem. Then I will bother you tonight. There is nothing to do next. Tang Yuan returned to his room, opened the exchange interface, and prepared to upgrade his ability. The first thing is to upgrade the secondary barrier of the ring. After all, it's only a cheap item with, points. It's not a problem to block a bullet, but when you encounter an enemy of the level of Shen Jinwei, it may break after scratching it. If you don't upgrade, Tang Yuan will be a crispy skin. Universal enchantment, The secondary enchantment is upgraded, greatly increasing the duration and absorbing damage value, the maximum duration after the upgrade. 20 minutes charging efficiency. 1/5. This upgrade requires, points. Now Tang Yuan has a lot of points in his hands. He set up a stall in the market for a month before, and made a total of 10,000 plus, and earned another 100 million in the village of eliminating demons. Can be continuously upgraded. But let's try the upgraded strength first. It's almost enough. Save some points to strengthen your attack power. So Tang Yuan went to talk to Tridakna, left the village alone, found an open space, and prepared to try the upgraded, universal barrier. A CX bomb produced by the main god was placed on the ground. The power of this thing should be comparable to the normal attack of ordinary monsters. Tang Yuan opened the barrier, stood next to CX, and detonated the bomb. Boom. In the end, the enchantment of, is still not very reliable. After all, although the CX bomb is only, points per point, it is a one-off, and the value is all in the power of the explosion. The value of the shield has dropped by a small amount. It is estimated that it will be broken after a few more hits. Can't it? Shenjuai's attack will definitely be stronger than this, and the enchantment needs to be upgraded again. Stable barrier, general barrier upgrade, greatly increasing the duration and absorbing damage value, the maximum duration after the upgrade. 30 minutes charging efficiency. 1/3. This upgrade requires 20 points. After upgrading to stability barrier, Tang Yuan tried to detonate a CX bomb again. This time it was much better. The power of a bomb explosion only blew up about 5.00% of the shield value. Not enough. Who would think that their defense is too high? Come again. Sturdy barrier, stable barrier upgrade, greatly increasing the duration and absorbing damage value, the maximum duration after the upgrade. 40 minutes charging efficiency. 1/2. This upgrade requires 40 points. This is definitely enough. Tang Yuan is also reluctant to upgrade the enchantment on the ring, and has to save some to upgrade the attack power. Now there are 10,000 plus points left. What to do? In the end, Tang Yuan thought about it and used it to strengthen his physical fitness. Regardless of equipment and skills, his own strength was the most important. Due to being a soldier, Tang Yuan's strength points are more than the average 100 points of ordinary people, a total of 127 points, so Tang Yuan mainly upgrades his own strength points. Strength, it is related to physical attack and physical defense. If strength and defense don't develop at the same time, it would be too embarrassing to just clench your fists and make your hand bones comminuted and fractured. Agility, related to reaction speed and flexibility. Hardly resisting bullets seems to never be as powerful as dodging bullets, and another easy to understand example, Yuan Sha reacts slowly, so let's see what happens to him. Intelligence, related to calculation and memory. Intelligence is not IQ, IQ is logical thinking ability, intelligence is calculation and memory, so the main god is not omnipotent, even the main god cannot save the brainless. Will, related to spiritual resistance. By the way, it can improve the level of mental stability. Berserkers headed by Hulk should upgrade this. Tang Yuan took a look. The bloodline of the superpower itself has the bonus of intelligence and will. As the mental power gradually increases, these two attributes will also increase, so there is no need to worry about it. You just need to focus on it. Just put it on top of strength and agility. More than 50, 20 is used to upgrade strength, 20 is used to upgrade agility, and 10,000 plus is left for emergencies. So Tang Yuan upgraded, points of strength and, points of agility. The values seem scary, but they are actually only, times that of ordinary humans, is 20 times a lot. In an ordinary world, let alone 20 times, you only need 3 or 4 times, and you can become the strongest man in the world. But this world is dangerous. Let's put it this way, how many grown men do you think Inuyasha can kill without drawing his sword? Can't figure it out? So do you think that the physical fitness 20 times of ordinary people can defeat Inuyasha who does not draw his sword? Can't you? Go on, even Inuyasha with his sword drawn can't defeat Kamakuya. What do you think this 20 times physical fitness can do to Kamakuya? Did you suddenly feel that the strength and agility of these 2,000 were weak? There is no way, even if this is the case, Tang Yuan has already picked up a big deal. If it is replaced by other reincarnations who are restricted by the main god, who can get so many points, Even if there was, he would not dare to use it indiscriminately like Tang Yuan. Feeling his much improved physical fitness, Tang Yuan nodded secretly. Now there should be no problem. Fortunately, the Lord God can help skip the adaptation process. Otherwise, if the physical fitness suddenly increases, then even walking will have to be relearned. 1 foot, 1 hole. If you put more force on your feet, you will go straight to the sky. Chapter 17. What a small world. When they returned to the village, everyone was preparing dinner. Ah. Looks like I'm coming back just in time. Oh. Brother Tang Yuan, are you back? What were you doing outside the village just now? I heard a few loud noises. Protagonist asked. It's nothing, I just tested my current strength. I wasn't sure about it before, but now I can say that there is no problem at all in going to fight against that Shinjai with you. Tang Yuan proudly slapped his chest. Boom sounded. Protagonist stared at him for a while. Why do you feel that you have suddenly become a lot more dangerous? Is it my illusion? Oh. Is he worthy of being the strongest exorcist? Such a terrifying intuition. Seeing that Tang Yuan didn't want to say anything, Protagonist didn't pay too much attention to this matter. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest early, recharge their batteries and prepare to leave tomorrow. However, while eating, Tang Yuan noticed the rosary wrapped around Mibeo's right hand, which should be a wind acupoint. Didn't expect to be plotted by Naraku at this time? That's right, after all, she is a powerful mage who can tie with Shenjia and even seal her. With Naraku's pissing nature, it is unscientific not to plot against him. But it's hard for that hapless child of Maitreya. But I don't know whether Maitreya is taking advantage of it. After all, with his strength, if he doesn't have a wind acupuncture point, he can only throw away the talisman paper and recite the Great Compassion mantra. Combat power is infinitely close to 5. So, it seems that the wind acupoint has become Maitreya's main power instead. Cough, I'll talk about it later. If it's really not good, I'll urge Maitreya well when alive to that time. Let him practice hard. Don't even be able to beat a coral by then. Bronchitis! Exclamation mark. Mibeo didn't know what was going on in Tang Yuan's mind. He was just a mage out of interest, full of justice in his heart, punishing evil and promoting good everywhere, grandson and so on. His son is not that old yet. The author. I am really too lazy to think of a name for Mibeo's son, Mili's father. Tired. So I set this person as a dragon. That's great. After a good night's rest, the next day, the 3 of them set out on the road in good spirits. Well, 3 people plus a cat. Tang Yuan looked at the 2-tailed cat lying on Protagonist's shoulder, feeling like he was about to have a nosebleed. I haven't introduced you yet, have I? This is Micah, a very reliable partner. Protagonist said, pointing to Micah on his shoulder. Yes, I know you now. Tang Yuan couldn't stop nodding. Micah's fighting power, how should I put it? It feels like there's nothing left other than flying. There is fire on my body, and there is also a special effect of fire when transforming, but in the end I can't even use a fireball. Your special effect, could it be that it was added later? Question mark. Fortunately, you were Kizzy's partner back then. In fact, you are Kizzy's mount, right? Question mark. Could it be that it has gradually weakened over the long period of hundreds of years? Yun Mu seemed to sense Tang Yuan's subtle gaze, raised her head and let out a mew. Hi, Micah. Tang Yuan quickly covered his nose and greeted her. What's the matter? Brother Tang Yuan. Protagonist asked when he saw him covering his nose. It's nothing. I feel a little angry. I want to have a nosebleed. Tang Yuan perfunctory. Be careful, don't take care of your body just because you are a big man. Excuse me, I will pay attention. The 3 of them walked for half a day, passing through a small village. If I'm not wrong, Shenjia should be looking for something, so he should stay in place for a long time. We don't need to be in such a hurry, just take a rest in this village and have a meal before leaving. Mibeo said. Tang Yuan and Protagonist also expressed no objection, so the 3 of them walked into the village. It turned out that the village was noisy and a group of people were running around. Did you find it? No. Have you been to the east of the village? I haven't been to the east and south. Damn. That guy should be in the rest of the place. Hurry up and search. It seems to be looking for someone. Why is it so motivating? Excuse me, brothers, what are you doing? Tang Yuan stopped a person and asked. The man was a little impatient at first, but when he saw a mage and an exorcist behind Tang Yuan, he immediately replied patiently, Fox spirit, A vixen has come to the village. Isn't it said that most vixens don't hurt people? Why is the whole village so murderous that they want to catch that vixen? Tang Yuan expressed his doubts. That's not good. The man also responded viciously. This vixen didn't plan to hurt anyone, he probably just wanted to scare humans for fun, but he managed to scare our old village chief into faint. The old village chief is fine. It's a serious problem, but you can bury it? If you find her, you'll have to gather around and beat him up. Damn, you guys are so happy. It's just a vixen. Although it didn't cause any trouble, why don't we? Tang Yuan turned to look at Tradakna and Mibeo. Can you help me? I'll forget it. I use all my abilities to kill monsters. I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill that vixen. Tradakna shook his head. Mibeo spoke, and he asked a villager, is that vixen male or female? Huh? Master Mage, why are you asking this? It's a woman. The villagers were taken aback by Mibeo's question, but they still answered. That's good, that's good. Mibeo immediately looked serious, but it always made people feel that something was wrong. Then I will help you get rid of that vixen. Such an ignorant little monster really needs it. Give it a good education. How should I put it? As expected of Maitreya's grandfather. Hey, I'm planning to rest in this village anyway, so I might as well help out with this. Tang Yuan flexed his wrist. Does your village have dogs? No, no one in our village keeps dogs. The villagers replied. That's fine. Tang Yuan put on an extremely nasty smile on his face. Then he turned his hand over and took out a spray-like thing. Dog repellent, it has a miraculous effect on animals with a very sensitive sense of smell. Humans smell like ordinary lemons. Exchange price, points. Almighty God, is there anything else you don't sell there? Now even if I find condoms for sale in your place, I won't make any expressions anymore. Tang Yuan smiled wretchedly, ran to the center of the village, threw the can of dog repellent into the sky, aimed at a mental blaster. Bam! Then the gas tank exploded, and a scent of lemon filled the whole village. People smelled this refreshing fragrance, and their anger dissipated a lot for a while. At this time, oh my God! What kind of smell is this? Damn! In this warm and healing smell, came an extremely discordant voice. Here. Tang Yuan spread his hands. Hey? Did you smell it? Hey? Did you really smell it? It smells so bad. What kind of smell is this? A villager was surrounded by a group of people and had to say that this guy's change, the body is so perfect that no one even notices that this vixen is hiding in the crowd. Oh. I remembered. At this moment, a middle-aged man slapped his palm hard. Goro went fishing by the stream early this morning. This guy is not Goro at all. Finally caught this vixen. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and surrounded her one after another, beat her. You. The villager saw his disguise was seen through, and immediately showed his true colors. We didn't do anything bad. Why did you beat us? When Mibeo saw the vixen's appearance, her eyes straightened. Tang Yuan's complexion also became very exciting. How should I put it? The world is so small. 6 ranunculus. That's right, it's the fake YOOO vixen. What? Do you know each other? The villagers surrounded him with unfriendly faces. Hey, Liu Yun, I did you a favor, you have to give me back the 1 tael of gold in the future. Tang Yuan put his arms around Liu Yun's shoulders, and strangled his neck fiercely. Ah, so you two are so close. Mibeo looked at Tang Yuan and Liu Yun's positions, with disappointment. So why are you disappointed? Oh, by the way, Mibeo thought Liu Yun was a girl at the moment. Everyone has left the village now, and they are squatting on the side of the road waiting for Tang Yuan to make a barbecue. Who wants your help? You mentally handicapped human being. Liu Yun rubbed his neck that was red from being strangled, and gave Tang Yuan a vicious look. Huh? Do you still keep the beads I gave you? Tang Yuan asked when Liu Yun looked at him with clear eyes, and he seemed to have no idea what was wrong. After hearing this, Liu Yun took out a bead from her bosom, and said, You ask this? Why do you ask this? Well, although this bead is really beautiful, you don't want to go back, do you? No. I still keep it. That's right, after all, it was a gift from someone else. Even if you were told to crush it, few people would probably do it. Silly fox, silly fox. Tang Yuan suddenly felt that the way he tried to run away before was completely mentally retarded. Alice. Mibeo was still moaning and sighing, muttering flowers and cow dung in her mouth. So what are you disappointed about? Question mark. Chapter 18. Come on, be merry. Come on, Liu Yun, hold this bead in your hand, like me. Tang Yuan said, and exchanged another bead with 10 points of strength and held it in his hand. See? Like me. Yes, hold tight, and Liu Yun obeyed obediently, while Tridakna and Mibeo next to them acted as the barbecue crowd who didn't know the truth. Bang! Tang Yuan crushed the bead in his hand. Then, the bead turned into a light red light, which penetrated into Tang Yuan's body. See? This thing is so useful, so don't be foolish enough to carry it on your body. Oh. So Liu Yun followed Tang Yuan's practice and crushed the beads. How does it feel? It feels. Liu Yun touched his whole body. I don't feel anything. Oh, your IQ. Tang Yuan shook his head with a heartbroken face. What do you mean? Tang Yuan pointed to Liu Yun, and said, don't you feel that your strength has grown? Liu Yun heard this, and tried to punch a big rock next to him, and with a click, the stone was hit with a crack. Oh. The power has really become stronger? Tridakna and Mibeo said that although they didn't understand what was going on, they seemed to be very powerful. See? I'm in this kind of business. Strictly speaking, no matter what it is, I sell it here. Tang Yuan smiled proudly. You can't find it, only you can't think of it. So you're such a powerful guy. Liu Yun glanced at Tang Yuan. At first we thought you were an ordinary human with a brain. You're the only one with brains. Your whole family has brains. Sorry, we're single. Single. One person can eat enough and the whole family won't be hungry. That's why your whole family is full of brains. Hey. From the looks of it, Liu Yun seems to belong to the kind-hearted kind. He never thought of robbing Tang Yuan at all. Is it because you are too stupid? Speaking of which, the three of you all look so powerful. Where are you going? Liu Yun looked at the three of them curiously and asked. We are going to hunt down a very powerful monster, so don't meddle with such a small character. Go home and get some sleep. Tang Yuan waved his hand and focused his attention on the campfire. Half a day, the barbecue should be ready to eat. Ah, damn. You two actually ate up so much? Tridakna and Mibeo looked at their shiny hands and smiled awkwardly. So why did you follow here? Tang Yuan looked dissatisfiedly at Liu Yun who was following behind. Well, we still want to see the world once in a while, Liu Yun said nonchalantly. It won't hinder you, we just need to run far away when we are fighting. Let her follow. Tridakna didn't care about this. Anyway, she can't beat one of the three of us. If she really wants to make trouble, just kill her. Huh? Liu Yun was taken aback by Tridakna's domineering speech. I also think it's good to let her follow. Mibeo smiled brightly. With such a beautiful young lady walking with us, I really feel that the journey is not so boring. Ah, Master Mibeo, I just remembered when you said that. Tang Yuan smiled. That's right. Liu Yun raised her chest. We are men. So on the next road, Mibeo always had a dead mother's expression on her face. After some difficulty, the four of them arrived near the village that Mibeo had mentioned. There was a strong sense of death in the air. It seemed that the village not far from here must be a scene of hell. She's still there, Mibeo said with a sullen face. I can still feel that weird aura, both like a monster and not like a monster. What a strange guy, isn't it? Who knows? Tang Yuan shrugged. He did know what was going on with that strange aura, probably because Shen Jilai was originally a monster, but devoured a celestial girl, so the two auras of sacredness and evil were mixed together. Tridakna didn't speak, but just pulled out a long knife with the attribute of destroying demons from his waist. It's scary. Liu Yun felt a breath in the wind. Hey, do you really want to fight this kind of guy? That's why you, a silly fox, shouldn't come here. Tang Yuan took out the AKM-495 and clicked it, loaded it. There's still time to run, silly fox. Well, good. Saying that, Liu Yun turned around and left. Let's leave now. Gentlemen, your martial luck is prosperous. What a disloyal guy, but it's okay. He can't help here, and he may become a burden. Just when Liu Yun hadn't gone far, countless purple light whips blocked his way. Don't leave when you come. Huh? Liu Yun was scared on the spot, and hurried back to hide behind Tang Yuan. A woman in luxurious clothes appeared in front of the crowd. It is the boss in the theatrical version, Shen Jilai. TCH, have you been discovered? Mibeo spat unhappily, and raised her Zen staff. What a beauty. Tang Yuan sighed, but this shouldn't be your original appearance, right? Humph. Shen Jui had an inexplicable smile on his face, seemingly contemptuous. I hope you can speak in this tone before you die. Then she looked at Mibeo again. I can't do anything to me alone, so I found 2 miscellaneous fish to help me. It is immortal. Why is this guy talking like a villain? Question mark. Everyone, be careful. Mibeo said, this guy's mirror can reflect all attacks, so when hitting her, don't hide her at the mirror, hit other places. And Tridakna responded, raised the long knife in his hand and rushed forward, with a white light on the blade, and slashed towards Shen Jui. However, with a halo on Shen Jui's hand, he easily blocked the knife. Clam. Come back. Mibeo shouted. Tridakna quickly drew his knife back and returned to the 2 of them. It's not bad. It actually cut a crack in the barrier on my hand. Shen Jui looked at his hand that blocked the knife just now. Are you going to fight this kind of monster? Liu Yun trembled with fright. If the knife just now was ours, we wouldn't know anything by now. Shut up and hide behind. Tang Yuan said to Liu Yun. Hey, Shen Jui was still talking to himself over there. Heavens Yui. Does any of you know where it is? I searched the whole village, but I couldn't find it. That kind of thing is obviously in the sky, right? How about I send you to the sky? The AKM-495 in Tang Yuan's hand pointed at her. Okay, let's go together first and weaken her. When the time comes, you 2 will restrain her, and then I will hurry up and prepare for the seal. Mibeo said, pulling out a few talisman papers from nowhere. You 2 attack from both sides of her. After speaking, he rushed out first. Okay. Tang Yuan rushed to Shen Jui's right side with a gun in his hand. Clam. Go to her left. I see. It's useless. No matter how many times it's useless. Shen Jui hugged the mirror, and a huge barrier appeared, wrapping around her. At the same time, countless purple light whips appeared in the mirror, and they were drawn towards the 3 of them. Are you the only one who can open a shield? Question mark. I can do it too. Exclamation mark. Seeing this, Tang Yuan directly opened the barrier on the ring, wanting to try the attack power of the light whip. The light whip was whipped on the enchantment, and there was a chaotic sound of jingling, clang, clang, and the color of the enchantment was also turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Enough. After confirming the defensive performance of the barrier, Tang Yuan put away the barrier, and relied on his reaction speed and flexibility 20 times that of ordinary people to dodge the attacks of these light whips by moving around. Tridakna, like Tang Yuan, kept approaching Shen Jui by relying on coquettish movements. While Mibeo was in trouble, Tang Yuan took a moment to take a look, and couldn't help sighing, this guy is really awesome. Mibeo held a spell in his left hand, and a Zen staff in his right hand. The Zen staff didn't know how heavy it was, but he swung it around. It was airtight, and all the light whips were blocked, and he still had time to throw it with his left hand. The spell, that spell is worthy of being thrown by him. The spiritual power inside is terrifyingly strong. Every time a spell hits Shen Jui's enchantment, a huge white flame will burst out with a boom, blowing her to the ground. The enchantment trembled for a while. Mibeo, the way you wield your Zen staff in a precise manner. You are simply a battle mage. Exclamation mark. Seeing this, Tang Yuan also aimed the rifle in his hand at Shen Jui, firing bursts. However, it was useless. The attack power of a 10,000 rifle was nothing to Shen Jui's barrier. Depend on. Tang Yuan cursed, put away his rifle, and freed his hands to prepare to use his superpowers seriously. With a finger of his right hand, a mental blast exploded from Shen Jui's barrier. Clang. Although it didn't have the same effect as Mibeo's spell, the damage was high enough, at least it could cause waves on the barrier. But Tang Yuan was very dissatisfied, because he originally locked a location inside Shen Jui's barrier, but encountered a cheating mental resistance, and his mental power could not penetrate the barrier, but could only erupt on the surface of the barrier. At this time, the giant clam, who lacked long-range attacks, finally avoided the light whip attack and rushed to Shen Jui, and the long knife in his hand slashed towards her barrier again. Again? I said that your knife can't break me, what? Before Shen Jui finished speaking, he looked at the barrier with a look of astonishment and was instantly shattered after being cut. HMPH. Is a tentative slash better than a slash with all your strength? Tridakna sneered, and quickly backed away again, dodging the swarm attack of a large group of light whips, and at the same time avoiding Tang Yuan and Mibeo who came afterward coming attack. At the same time that Shen Jui's enchantment was shattered, Mibao threw a lot of charms at her, and Tang Yuan also aimed at her head and released a mental blast with the greatest output. Rumble rumble, after a burst of explosions, Shen Jilai also appeared a little embarrassed. It really is still like this. Mibao said, actually, Tang Yuan and I's attack just now has already blown up half of your body. You guy, your recovery speed is really as annoying as that guy named Naluo. Tang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He thought that his mental explosion hadn't worked, but it turned out that the opponent's blood returned quickly. Shen Jilai was still in a trance because of Tang Yuan's mental blast on her head. Knowing that she was not good, she made a quick decision, held the mirror and teleported, and her whole body disappeared in the dancing of countless cherry blossom petals. Protagonist suddenly grabbed the long knife and blocked it behind him, and there was a zhang sound, and Shen Jilai appeared behind him, holding a sword turned from a hairpin in his hand. Hey, this guy can teleport. Tang Yuan wondered. It's okay, this guy has nothing to be afraid of except for his powerful monster power and fast recovery speed. Mibao clenched his Zen stick in his hand and looked at Tang Yuan floating in midair. It's your power, it surprised me, it doesn't seem to be spiritual power? It's not a power worth showing off. Tang Yuan watched Shen Jilai and Protagonist slashing at each other, and then threw another mental explosion on Shen Jilai's head. She chopped off her head with a knife, but unexpectedly, the head grew back. It's really similar to Naraku's recovery ability. Brother Tang Yuan, have you noticed? Mibao pointed to Shen Jilai who was fighting with Protagonist. She hasn't opened the enchantment now. It seems so. Could it be that after the enchantment is broken, it needs to wait for the enchantment to recover before it can be opened again? Tang Yuan looked at the mirror floating behind Shen Jilai. That seems to be the mirror of life, right? Unexpectedly, that was originally Shen Jilai's thing. In this way, Mibao actually snatched her mirror of life, and then sealed her in her own thing? Tang Yuan noticed that there was a red light shining on the mirror of life, and that red light was slowly fading. Maybe after the red light disappeared, Shen Jilai would be able to open the tortoise shell-like enchantment again. Come on, Protagonist has been fighting there alone for half a day. Tang Yuan said, quickly opened the exchange interface, clicked on the sword option, and his eyes caught a knife made of unknown materials. The giant sword, half a meter long and as thick as a door panel, also has the effect of automatic repair and reflection of 10% energy attack points. After exchanging this, Tang Yuan was left with only a few tens of thousands, and he returned to before liberation do not care. Come on. Tang Yuan carried the frighteningly huge gate sword, and didn't know any swordsmanship, so he swung wildly with brute force, rushed into the battle, and replaced the giant clam whose physical strength was gradually exhausted. Shen Jilai was obviously startled by the huge sword, but he quickly came to his senses, and the sword in his hand was aimed at Tang Yuan's dead corner. However, Tang Yuan was always able to forcibly drag the blade to that position to block her attack with brute force, without any sense of dullness at all, just like the sword was completely weightless. From time to time, Shen Jilai still controlled the mirror to block Tang Yuan's slash, and whenever Tang Yuan slashed on the mirror, he was always shocked by a huge counter-shock force and took a step back, and then Shen Jilai took the opportunity to attack Tang Yuan. At this time, he opened the barrier to block Shen Jilai's blow, and then quickly closed the barrier to let it recharge slowly. After recovering from the shock of the shock, he rushed forward again. The giant sword in his hand seemed to be like life. He slashed at Shen Jilai for a while. Although there were many dangers, Tang Yuan fought her against her for a short time and managed not to lose the wind. Seeing that Tang Yuan was so difficult to deal with, Shen Jilai stepped back while controlling the mirror floating beside him to shoot out a few beams of light. Ha ha ha. This is what I was waiting for. Tang Yuan smiled and held the giant sword in front of him, whipped his light whip on the giant sword, and then made a very strange 180-degree turn, and drew it towards Shen Jilai. Shen Jilai dodged the reflected light whip, glanced at Protagonist who had recovered his strength and was ready to join the battle, and then glanced at Mibao who was chanting a spell with his hands in mudra in the distance. My baby is suffering. Without the heavenly feather clothes, it is impossible to beat the combination of these three, huh? At this time, she saw the edge of the scene, because she was too busy watching the battle to see Liu Yun, so she didn't have time to retreat. This little fox might come in handy. Shen Jilai seemed to know what he should do. Then she teleported again, and appeared behind Liu Yun amidst the dancing of countless cherry blossom petals, grabbed Liu Yun who was still in a daze, and put the knife across Liu Yun's neck. Tang Yuan was still looking left and right to see where Shen Jilai had gone, but when he heard Liu Yun's iconic hey hey hey, he turned around and saw Shen Jilai pointing his sword at his neck. Damn it! Didn't I, the silly fox, call you a flash mob? Yes. I'm sorry. Liu Yun looked helpless. Seeing that Tang Yuan really didn't dare to rush over to attack him, Shen Jilai laughed, and the purple light of the mirror floating behind him flashed, and a huge beam of light gushed out and shot towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan held a giant sword horizontally in front of him again, but suddenly remembered that Liu Yun was also there, and if it reflected it might hurt him, so he adjusted the angle slightly in desperation, and the purple beam was reflected by the giant sword into the sky. A great opportunity to attack Shen Jilai was missed. Little fox, I didn't expect you to be quite useful. Shen Jilai smiled and stretched out his hand to touch Liu Yun's face, which made Liu Yun feel a chill. Let us go, will it work? No. So Liu Yun fell silent. While Shen Jilai was still teasing Liu Yun, Tang Yuan ran up to Tridakna and said, Tridakna, later you will run up to Shen Jilai and disturb her with a knife in your hand. To cut 6 ranunculus, you just need to attract Shen Jilai's attention. Be careful not to hurt yourself. What about you? Clam asked. I'll find a way to snatch Liu Yun over. Damn, I'm not a girl, what the hell is I trying to do to save him? That's it, you just follow what I said to attract her attention. When I call you, immediately draw back the knife and back away, then don't care about anything, turn around and run, the farther away from God Jinhua the better. Okay? Although Tridakna didn't understand why, she still nodded. Tang Yuan looked over there. It seemed that Shen Jilai had finished molesting Liu Yun, and the red light on the mirror was already faintly visible, and it seemed that after a while, the tortoise shell-like enchantment would appear again. Now is the time for a quick fight. Let's go. Tang Yuan roared, and then Tridakna rushed over. According to Tang Yuan's words, the knife in his hand avoided Liu Ranunculus and attacked Shen Jilai's side, and Shen Jilai couldn't attack with his sword because of the hostage in his hand. Can only use the mirror to release light whips or purple beams. It looks like a laser cannon, and its power is terrifying. Tang Yuan saw that Shen Jilai's attention had been attracted by giant clams, and looked at Mibao again, and found that Mibao was still chanting a mantra, but there was already a beating ball of light in his hand. Although it was glowing, it was flickering with a strange black color, and I don't know what kind of sealing spell it was. Fuck. Hurry up, hurry up. Tang Yuan quickly opened the exchange interface, exchanged all his points for CX bombs, set them all to the same detonator, and then glued all the CX bombs together. A huge CX bomb ball with a diameter of half a meter was destroyed. Tang Yuan carried it on his shoulders. Tang Yuan took a deep breath and got ready, then quickly ran towards Shen Jilai and Tridakna. Seeing that the distance was almost the same, he roared, Clams. It's now. When Tridakna heard it, he didn't care about anything, put away the knife and rolled on the spot, and then retreated far away. At this time, Tang Yuan just ran to a distance of about 10 meters from Shen Jilai. You can teleport, don't you? Shouting, Tang Yuan used telekinesis, first teleported behind Shen Jilai and dropped the bomb ball, then immediately used telekinesis again, teleported in front of Shen Jilai. It seemed it's like using only one teleport. Shen Jilai was taken aback by Tang Yuan, who suddenly appeared in front of him. I will too. Continuing to say what he didn't finish just now, Tang Yuan grabbed Liu Yun's hand. However, Shen Jilai looked at Tang Yuan's actions in puzzlement. You must know that her sword was still on Liu Yun's neck. If Tang Yuan dared to force Liu Yun to pull her over, the poor little fox would probably die head off. However, Tang Yuan smiled coldly, and under Shen Jilai's bewildered expression, he used telekinesis again. Liu Yun also teleported away with Tang Yuan. Exclamation mark. That's right. Tang Yuan just inquired from the main god. Telekinesis is free to choose whether to teleport with the people you come into contact with. Tang Yuan backed away tens of meters with a burst of crazy telekinesis on his back, looked at Tridakna and Mibao. The two were far enough away from Shen Jilai, and Shen Jilai hadn't noticed the CX bomb ball behind him. Come on. Jolly. Merry Christmas. Art is a blast. Talking nonsense, Tang Yuan pressed the detonation button in his hand. Beep. Boom. A huge explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth. The impact made Tang Yuan and Liu Yun unable to open their eyes, but Mibao simply closed his eyes and continued to chant the mantra. The black light ball in his hand became bigger and bigger, flickering more and more. It's getting better and better. Finally, the smoke and dust dissipated, and there was only a lump of flesh that could barely be seen as a human being left on the side of the explosion. It was wriggling and growing, and people could spit out the overnight meal after seeing it. And the organ that looks like a mouth on the top of the meat piece opened and closed, and an intermittent voice came out, but, damn. At this time, Tang Yuan and Protagonist heard a sentence, which sounded like the sound of heaven to them. Mibu, okay. So Tang Yuan, Lilcunculus, and Protagonist watched as Mibao held a black ball of light in his right hand, and ran to Shen Jiwei, who was still recovering, and pressed the black ball of light, and it landed on Shen Jiwei's body, and then she screamed and was sucked into the ball of light. Then Mibao grabbed the mirror of life that fell to the ground because no one was controlling it, and pressed the light ball containing Shen Jiwei into the mirror. After a burst of special effects that made people feel unclear, the mirror returned to calm. Huh? Mibao let out a long breath, and sat down on the ground. Woo! Tang Yuan, Liu Yun, and Protagonist also let out a sigh of relief, and sat down on the ground. The battlefield was in a mess, but the four of them had no time to take care of it at all. They were all gasping for breath, and at the same time, they also had the joy of victory in their hearts. If Shen Jiwei got the feather of the sky, then maybe the result now is not like this? Shen Jiwei, who has obtained the sky feather and is in the dream city, is her strongest posture. Not only is she stronger, but she also has more unbelievable and strange abilities. At that time, it is estimated that only in Ryasha it takes a group of protagonists to defeat her. But, at least, there is no need to worry about enemies of this level in the past few decades. Tang Yuan thought so. After all, Naraku is still in hibernation and has not received news of the Jade of the Four Souls. He is not very strong now, and he is timid and afraid to show up casually. Finally, I can take a good rest. Chapter 19 The Village of Maple. After Shen Jiwei was eliminated, Mibao bid farewell to Tang Yuan and the others because he still had his strength in the seal, and Tang Yuan went back to the village of exorcising demon masters with Protagonist. But now he is distressed, there is no points left on his body, all of them were exchanged for CX bombs in the previous battles, and now he is really poor and useless, not to mention returning to the pre-liberation, it is simply returning to the feudal society. Think of a way to earn points. Thinking of this, Tang Yuan glanced at Liu Yun who was following behind him. So, why are you still following me, you silly fox? Haven't seen enough of the world? The monsters have been cured, you should go home and go to bed. Hey. Intuition tells us that the days to come will be very interesting if we follow you. Liu Yun followed behind Tang Yuan with a playful smile. No matter what Tang Yuan said, he would not leave. You are not a girl, what's the point of following Lao Tzu so shamelessly? Question mark. Look, Protagonist didn't even see it. Exclamation mark. Brother Protagonist, look at this. Tang Yuan pointed at Liu Yun, hesitating to speak. It doesn't matter. Since it's not a monster whose purpose is to hurt people, I and the demon masters won't bother with it. Protagonist didn't care at all. Looking at Liu Yun who was still smiling and following, Tang Yuan felt that his life was weak. Looking at the protagonists in other novels, after getting the golden finger, which one is not a god who blocks and kills the Buddha, and the Buddha blocks and kills the god? Well, that's right, which one is not surrounded by a large group of girls that make people dazzled? Why did I come to my place? I haven't met a girl for so long, and I finally came here who looks seductive, and it's still a YOOO. This is abusing the Lord. Exclamation mark. Sigh. Forget it, let's treat it as accepting a younger brother. You can follow me, but... Liu Yun. From today on, you are my younger brother. You must listen to me. Do you understand? Tang Yuan said to Liu Yun viciously. Yes, hey? What do you mean little brother? Liu Yun bit her index finger and tilted her head. Everything has been said about you, YOOO, a vixen, so don't act cute there. Exclamation mark. Little brother, cough, little brother, it means follower, do you understand? Slave? Oh. Understood. Then we will call you the boss from now on, right? That's right. It seems that your stupid fox's brain is not completely hopeless. Follow me as the boss as soon as possible. Recover and be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible to start a new life. Although I don't understand what it means, but, good boss. No problem, boss. Oh. Then follow me. My follower. Follow the boss. I will eat hot and you will drink spicy. I will play Kiuxiang and you will play pomegranate. Yes, boss. Tridacna walked in front, listening to the funny dialogue of the two behind, shook his head slightly. Why does this vixen feel a little silly? You just found out? So like this, Liu Yun was abducted by Tang Yuan, and followed all the way back to the village of exorcising demons. Open the door. The leader is back. Boss. Welcome back. As soon as Tridacna came back, he listened to the reports from the younger brothers, saying that during the day and a half he went out, the village made a big deal, and due to the danger, several bottles of the HP potion he just bought were drunk, but thanks to the potion, no one died. Now there is a lot of money in the village of eliminating demon masters. Tridacna was naturally very happy to hear that, and then approached Tang Yuan, planning to buy a batch of enchanting scrolls. Oh. Are you rich? That's good. How much are you going to buy? Tang Yuan heard that if you have money, you are a bastard, and you are worrying about where to earn points, so Tridacna came here. That's fine. Anyway, Tang Yuan is also planning to wait until the business is over before going out for a trip. He used to be afraid to go outside because he was not strong enough, but now he can defeat Shin Jai together with Tridacna Mibao, which greatly boosted his confidence, eager to go out and see the world. This time, Tridacna was really generous. With a wave of his hand, he bought another 500 taels of gold, and bought 1,000 enchanting scrolls with the attribute of breaking demons. Now he really couldn't stay for a moment longer. After resting in the Demon Master village all night, he took Liu Yun to find Tridacna to say goodbye. Tridacna originally wanted to keep Tang Yuan. After all, this guy is quite powerful. Yes, even Tridacna had the idea of letting him join the Demon Eliminator village, but seeing Tang Yuan's appearance, he really wanted to go out for a trip, so he didn't make much effort to keep him, but told him that he could come back and rest at any time. Having gained this friendship, Tang Yuan bid farewell to the Demon Elixir village, and took Leocunculus out for a trip. Maple Village. Tang Yuan, who came back here again, couldn't help but think of the embarrassing incident when he was tied up and dragged to the village by Sister Feng when he first came to this world. Still thinking about it, I heard an exclamation in my ear. Ah! It's you. The one who was bewitched back then. Tang Yuan, who had on his forehead, looked back, and it was the guy who said he was bewitched back then. Forget it. Too lazy to be serious with these two mentally retarded people. Tang Yuan took a deep breath, turned and walked towards the village, and Liu Yun hurriedly followed. Boss, what kind of bewitched? Are they saying that you have been bewitched before? Duong, Tang Yuan hit Leocunculus with a single thought. Bewitched. Your uncle is bewitched. Wow. Boss, why did you hit us? Tang Yuan was about to take out a can of dog repellent and spray it on Liu Yun's nose when a familiar voice came. Ah, I haven't seen you for a while. Are you so bad that you like to bully monster girls? Strange businessman. As soon as I turned around, I saw Sister Feng holding a bow in one hand and a jar of salt in the other, walking slowly towards the outside of the village. Ah. It's been a long time, big sister. What are you doing here? It's none of your business. Sure enough, Sister Feng dropped these words lightly, and walked out of the village on her own. Tang Yuan looked at eldest sister Feng's back resentfully. Why do I feel that I offended eldest sister somewhere? What is it? Liu Yun came up. Boss, you must have done something to offend this big sister, right? Ugh, stop, don't hide us. Silly fox, stop me. I'm going to do something sorry for you today. No. Boss, don't do this. Tang Yuan chased Liu Yun all the way out of the village, and then saw Sister Feng standing on a small hillside not far away, stopping to look into the distance. Hey. Big sister. What are you doing? Tang Yuan ran over to say hello and asked. Sister Feng glanced at Tang Yuan indifferently, then moved her eyes to the front again and looked into the distance, but she still answered Tang Yuan's question. There's a very strong miasma over there. Hearing this, Tang Yuan ran to Sister Feng's side and looked there too. Sure enough, there was a puff of purple-black smoke billowing far away. It's so strong. What is that? Eldest sister. The direction is not this village, so I just took a look around. Sister Feng said as she walked down the hillside. I'm going to Shenmue to have a look, you can follow. Oh. Alright, I'll follow along to have a look. Liu Yun will follow. The sacred tree is the sacred tree on which Inuyasha is nailed, right? It was only then that Tang Yuan remembered that he had been in this world for so long and hadn't seen Inuyasha once. He felt really sorry for the protagonist Inuyasha. Following Sister Feng all the way towards the Shenmue, Tang Yuan couldn't help but look at the direction where there was a lot of miasma before. Sure enough. I'm still worried, is something going to happen over there? Looking at Sister Feng again, she looked completely indifferent, as if there was nothing in this world worth changing her expression. Hey, big sister, do you know what that miasma is? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Fuck, why is this guy so cold all the time? Question mark. This guy is definitely not Grandma Feng. Exclamation mark. Say, where have you lost the real Grandma Feng? Question mark. Your eyes are rude. I'm really sorry. Tang Yuan quickly turned his head. Chapter 20 Playing his heartbeat. Urgauzi, that is, Inuyasha, was nailed to the god tree by an arrow through the heart. Well, there really isn't much to look at. Then Tang Yuan watched elder sister Feng staring at Inuyasha for a long time, not knowing what she was doing. Big sister, why are you staring at this guy? I'm just looking at the arrow on its chest. After finishing speaking, Miss Feng poured all the jar of salt in her hand onto Inuyasha's head. Is this exorcism? Urgauzi, you are so miserable. I'm going back to the village, you can come with me. Leaving these words behind, Sister Feng walked into the village without looking back. So you came here specially to your Shenmue just to pour a jar of salt on Urgauzi's head? What a hatred. Question mark. Tang Yuan did not follow Sister Feng back to the village, but looked in the same direction as before. Huh? Boss, don't you follow back? Liu Yun asked. Tang Yuan didn't answer, but found a tall tree, jumped to the top of the tree a few times, and looked at the large expanse of miasma in the distance. Hey, Liu Yun, I'm going to take a look over there. Tang Yuan called out to the tree, would you like to go together? Go, there's nothing to do anyway. So Tang Yuan found the right direction and ran towards that direction. Alice. Looking at the shattered corpses of monsters all over the place, Tang Yuan couldn't help feeling sick. Looking at the miasma filling the surroundings, it is probably near here. According to what Sister Feng said, the direction is not this village, the miasma should have a source, and the source will still be active. This, so scary. Shall we go back? Liu Yun looked at the stumped limbs on the ground, and began to tremble with fright again. Fuck, show your guts, you are the most deadly vixen among monsters. Why are you so timid? Tang Yuan rolled his eyes at him. Isn't your dream to become a big monster, a nine-tailed demon fox? I don't have that kind of dream. Our dream is just to find a wife and go back to our hometown to get married. Is it really okay to just set the flag casually? Hey. Don't run. Come back. Wow. Carrying Liu Yun, who was constantly struggling to escape, Tang Yuan walked towards the direction where the miasma was getting thicker and thicker, which should be the source. Boss. Dizziness. Liu Yun's face turned blue from the miasma, and he couldn't help wailing, it's uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable all over. Boss, let's stop running, you should think of a way. Shut up. Tang Yuan threw a gas mask to Liu Yun, and put on one himself. Well, it feels much more comfortable. Boss really can come up with a lot of magical things. Is this for ninjas? Liu Yun touched the gas mask on his face. Whatever you think. Oh, I found it. While speaking, Tang Yuan caught up with a figure that was constantly emitting miasma. Hey. Brother, don't you think this is polluting the environment? Can you cooperate and take away your supernatural power? Tang Yuan called out towards the figure not far in front. The figure turned around, as if looking at Tang Yuan. The reason why he said this was because he was wearing a baboon skull on his head. Tang Yuan's complexion became wonderful. It turned out to be Naruto when I rubbed it. Question mark. There is no mistake. Question mark. Why did you just come out to investigate the source of the miasma, and it happened that the source of the miasma was Naruto? Question mark. I'm afraid it's not the spirit of the Lord God who is protecting Lao Tzu. Question mark. Human. This monster named Naluo, wearing a baboon skin and a baboon skull on his head, looked like a huge baboon. He glanced at Tang Yuan, then looked at it again, glancing at the Cunculus on Tang Yuan's shoulder. There is also a weak monster. You guy, you look so powerful. What do you want to do here? Tang Yuan knew that he would never be able to defeat Naluo alone, even Naluo, who is much weaker than in the plot. It wasn't something he could handle. but he still asked Naraku stiffly. It has nothing to do with you. After finishing speaking, Naluo turned around. Not a bird like Tang Yuan. The aura on your body is too weak to attract me. Get out. Okay, no problem. Hearing the word roll from Naluo, Tang Yuan nodded almost subconsciously. The scene was very embarrassing. No. Let me tell you, if you tell me to get out, I'll get out, wouldn't I lose face? Tang Yuan shook his head, and took out the door sword. Yes, that's how the name was decided now. This sword is called the door plank sword, pointing at Naraku. You guy, have you killed a lot of monsters along the way? What's the purpose? It's just looking for a powerful monster and absorbing it. Naluo looked at the sword in Tang Yuan's hand. It's a very mysterious little trick, and the aura on your body doesn't match the aura you show. Ordinary people, it is impossible to have this kind of power. Stop rambling. If you want to absorb powerful monsters, get the hell out of here. Tang Yuan said unforgivingly. You have made our village chief very worried. Originally, I was planning to leave here. Naraku pointed at Tang Yuan, but now I'm a little interested in you, then let's absorb you. Damn, I pretended so hard that I had to finish pretending even when I was kneeling. Tang Yuan bit the bullet and charged towards Naluo with a sword in hand. Can he beat Naruto? Cough. Let's change the question. Can Kamoshido beat Majin Buu? Can't beat it. Question mark. At this time, a very risky idea appeared in Tang Yuan's mind. Myself and Liu Yun seemed to be wearing gas masks, covering their faces. Well, it should work. So, Tang Yuan turned around and yelled at Liu Yun, silly fox. Go back and find eldest sister. Say that the real murderer who killed her sister was found. Okay boss, hey? What? Liu Yun was stunned when he heard Tang Yuan's words. Don't worry about it. Just follow the original words. Get out of here. No problem boss. Seeing Liu Yun running away, Tang Yuan looked at Naluo with a smile. Aren't you going after him? Why are you chasing after me? As I said, I'm just interested in you. But who is the big sister you're talking about? And who is her sister? Naluo's tone was very calm. Are you here to seek revenge? What? Tang Yuan slashed towards Naluo with his sword, but he blocked it with his arm, and the blade cut into his arm and got stuck. Do you dare to kill me? I know a lot. Tang Yuan had a smirk on his face. I originally wanted to calm down and live through these decades, but since I met you, I'll give it to you. Leave some psychological shadow. What do you think? Ghost spider. Hearing the last three words, Naraku shuddered and withdrew tens of meters away. Who are you? Me? I'm just crazy. Tang Yuan shouldered the sword on his shoulder. Although I can't kill you now, I don't mind taking advantage of you. Then again, Kikayo, after you died, you searched everywhere for the Jade of the Four Souls. Didn't you have a hard time looking for it? You have searched all over Japan, and the land has been turned over. You haven't found it, have you? Tang Yuan couldn't see his face, but he knew that his smile must be very annoying right now. You bastard, what else do you know? Naluo is finally not calm. These things are only clear to him. Hey? You want to know? Oh, then I won't say anything, you bastard. Naraku raised his right hand and turned into a huge claw. You want to kill me? Really? If you kill me, you won't know many interesting secrets. Tang Yuan flirted with Naluo flirtatiously on his lips, but his back was covered in cold sweat. To die, all you play is heartbeat. Exclamation mark. Sure enough, Naluo stopped after hearing this sentence. Don't worry, I'm just an ordinary human being. Maybe I can live for another 42, years. Then you don't have to worry about me talking around. Do you still want to absorb me now? Seeing that Naluo no longer intended to attack him, Tang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The goal of saving his life was achieved. Let me tell you some very interesting secrets. In exchange, you will let me die of old age alone. Tang Yuan revealed to Naluo very calmly. Before Kikayo died, he decided to give the Jade of the Four Souls to himself. They were cremated together, so now the Jade of the Four Souls is gone. But, in a few decades, the Jade of the Four Souls will reappear in this world, and by then, I probably won't exist anymore. That would be your world is over. Believe it or not, goodbye. Speaking of which, Tang Yuan turned around gracefully, not caring at all that Naluo was right behind him, walking slowly step by step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The sudden sense of crisis made him use telekinesis without even thinking about it, and he appeared 10 meters away. Then he began to use telekinesis frantically, and quickly disappeared from Naraku's sight. Naraku retracted the elongated claws. Cut. Have you escaped? However, for humans, that is considered a fatal injury, and I infused miasma into the body. I can't survive. Then, Naraku also left this place. But, who the hell is that guy? I don't care, it doesn't matter anymore. But, decades later, after Tang Yuan teleported a very long distance, he met Liu Yun and Sister Feng who were running this way. Wow. Boss, you hurt. Okay. At this time, Tang Yuan realized that he had been pierced with several big holes all over his body. If his body hadn't instinctively tightened his muscles with extraordinary strength to stop the bleeding, he might have died long ago. It's okay, it's okay. This little injury is nothing serious, just forgot to open the shield. Tang Yuan took out a small red bottle and drank it down. The wound on his body quickly healed, apart, and the wound continued to fester and spread, emitting a burst of purple smoke. Day. After strengthening, the upper limit of health is too high. Can't one bottle solve it? And this miasma. After cursing, Tang Yuan took out another small red bottle. In the end, he drank a total of 3 small red bottles and 1 small purple bottle, the legendary antidote, before healed his injury. He was so scared that he thought he was hopeless. Tang Yuan took off his gas mask and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that guy probably won't know who I am, and the voice he wears when he wears this thing is also very muffled. Well, he definitely won't recognize me. But, it seems that I have to change my clothes in the future. This cloak can no longer be worn, and the door sword must be replaced. Then, he put on a smiling face and looked at Sister Feng. Hey, Grandma Feng. Look at your eager face. So you also have expressions. This guy hasn't fully recovered from the death state just now, and he habitually dies alone. Duong, it hurts. I know, don't hit me. Letting Liu Yun call you over is a way out, just in case that guy doesn't care about anything and comes up to anal me. I can still wait for you. I don't need the support. It seems that I don't need it anymore. That guy was bluffed by what I said, but in the end he killed me. It must have been on his spur of the moment. Miscalculation. Speak human. Sister Feng's face turned cold again. What I want to know is only about the murderer who killed my sister, and, how did you know? Yeah, okay, I'm speaking in human terms. I'm confessing, so what? Let's go back to the village and eat hot pot and talk slowly. Chapter 21 Deception is the racial talent of profiteers. Maple Village, Grandma Feng. Bah, Sister Feng's home. Tang Yuan, Liu Yun, and Sister Feng, the 3 of them are sitting around the hot pot. The hot pot is kindly provided by Tang Yuan, the authentic old Chunqing hot pot. The red oily soup is bubbling, as if the pot contains it was like magma. The oil dish held by the 3 of them was not eggs, but mashed garlic, coriander, and sesame oil mixed together. How do you feel? This is the cuisine from our hometown. Doesn't it feel good? Delicious, but boss, this is so spicy. Shut up and eat honestly, it's business, you silly fox, don't interrupt. Oh, hiss, it's really spicy. Can we talk about it now? Sister Feng still held the oil dish with a calm face. It's a pity that she can still keep her expression unchanged after eating such a spicy food. About the things you know. Oh. Okay, let me just say it. Tang Yuan poured a plate of old sliced meat into the pot, stirred it, watched the soup dry up, and added another ladle of water. Actually, this is a very unimaginable story for you. Do you know the past, present and future? He asked. Is this related to what you want to say? Boss, this is really spicy. Red soup on the outside and white soup in the middle. You stupid fox, cough. That is to say, do you believe that there are people from the far future? Tang Yuan stared at Sister Feng with a smile. Strange costumes, strange props, strange accent, you mean? That's right. Tang Yuan pointed to himself. The man named Tang Yuan in front of you came from 500 years later. And then. Sister Feng still had a calm expression on her face. Well, how should I put it? In the future, people will no longer believe in the existence of mages, onmages, and monsters, and instead start to believe in science. Maybe it's because monsters became rare at that time. Tang Yuan pretended to be troubled. By chance, when I was looking through the books left by my ancestors, I found very interesting records. The orb with powerful and strange power, Jade of the 4 Souls. He was entrusted by the exorcist to a shrine maiden named Kikayo to guard him. At that time, a monster named Naraku appeared and killed Kikayo in order to get the Jade of the Four Souls. Tama was cremated with him, and after that, Kikayo's younger sister, Keed, continued to serve as the priestess in Keed village. These are the things that Tang Yuan selectively told Sister Feng. It's roughly like this. There are many incomplete ancient books, so I don't understand what happened before and after, and that curiosity has always driven me to dig out the truth. However, things that happened 500 years ago have basically been buried in the It Must Be in the Lois. Fortunately, I learned about the existence of the Well of Bone Eaters from the records of another ancestor. It is said that it is a magical well that connects two different times, so I worked hard under the circumstances. I finally found the Well of Bone Eaters, and then came to this world that was hundreds of years ago to me. It's a very interesting story. Sister Feng still looked indifferent when she heard this. Hey? Are you not surprised? It doesn't matter whether you are surprised or not, I just need to know the truth. Sister Feng said lightly, according to the history you have seen, it was a monster named Naraku who killed Sister Kikayo, that is to say. Inuyasha is the one to blame. What? Inuyasha? Tang Yuan made a puzzled look. Who is that? There is a word dog vaguely on the damaged part of the book. Is it this guy? It's not someone who is qualified for me to speak up. So, how can you be sure that history is correct? Sister Feng asked this crucial question. Probably right. After all, the book also said that in this era, a girl who claimed to be from Tokyo appeared and solved the mystery, and defeated Naraku, something. Tang. It is really like a godsend to find that he can deceive people. Is this a necessary skill for profiteers? As for the Tokyo recorded in the book, that's a name we will only have in the future. You know, at this moment, it's probably still called Edo or something, right? Is that another girl from the future? Sister Feng thought for a moment, then raised her head. Although I haven't heard about the girl you mentioned, maybe in the future. Tang Yuan also put on a tangled look and nodded. So, I can probably understand these things. It seems that the girl from the future solved the mystery and found that Naraku was the real murderer, and Inuyasha was nailed to the sacred tree for no reason. It was fun. I've wanted to ask for a long time. Miss Feng, do you have any opinions on Inuyasha? It basically means this, that is to say, the reason why I appear here is because I want to know what that girl did. Well, more importantly, I found in that ancient book I told a story about a guy named Tang Yuan. It seems that I was also destined to come to this era, and then be recorded in the book by my unknown ancestor. Tang Yuan continued to make nonsense. Who knows if such a book really exists? Where is Naraku? What happened to Naraku? That guy, how? Who knows? Maybe he's dead. Who killed it? It's said that the ancient book is damaged. I still remember the drug or something, and there is a killing or something written next to it, probably the name. Killing. So I can't tell. If it's a name, it sounds like a scary guy. That's how it is. I believe you. Sister Feng picked up the oil dish, then again, the meat is gone. Huh? Tang Yuan was taken aback by the sudden change of topic, and then glanced at the pot. Fuck. Silly fox. You guys actually fished out all the meat and ate it all? 2 caddies of meat. Moo. From the looks of it, Tang Yuan has settled Sister Feng's side. As for Naraku, let it worry yourself, because he is alone, a demon. Even if he wants to break his head, it is impossible to come up with such a reason as from the future. Moreover, whether this period of history will really be recorded in the future, maybe, who would know this? Very good. Fortunately, I have a good stock of all kinds of meat here. Tang Yuan looked at the miscellaneous column of the main God's exchange interface. There were all kinds of meat in it, and because it was a living material without combat effectiveness, all ridiculously cheap, beef and pork for the same price, you can bear it? Question mark. Silly fox. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll reward you with the 20 caddies of beef. If you don't finish eating it, even if this cow is a ghost, it won't let you go. Wow, boss, we can't eat any more. Open your mouth. HMMMMMMM. Sister Feng, help us. You guy, is it so interesting to bully monster girls? You really are a bad businessman. No, this guy is not a girl. Sister Feng, you can't look at the surface in everything. If you treat her like a girl, you may suffer a disadvantage. Sister Feng, you originally planned to take a bath and sleep with this so-called girl, right? So what? Isn't it normal? Be careful, this guy will show you a baby. The black man asked. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Knife. The third update at 8 o'clock in the evening. Yes, I feel a little high. Text, Hearthstone, bind any area as a stronghold, and you can use the Hearthstone to teleport back to the stronghold anytime, anywhere. A Hearthstone can only be bound to one stronghold, but you can hold multiple Hearthstones, only when the stronghold and reincarnation valid when in the same world. Cooldown time 10 minutes, exchange price, points. Oh, yo. This is a city return scroll. Tang Yuan looked at the description, exchanged it for one without saying a word, and bound Fengzi village into a stronghold. Boss, what is this stone? Liu Yun looked at the hearthstone in Tang Yuan's hand with curiosity. This? It's a good thing, but it's useless if I give it to you. After speaking, Tang Yuan threw the hearthstone to Liu Yun. Liu Yun held the hearthstone and looked left and right, and tried to infuse a bit of evil spirit into it, but found that it looked like an ordinary stone. What, boss, you are not entertaining us, are you? That's right, Seijia is just entertaining you. Tang Yuan took the hearthstone back from Liren's hand after speaking. Team use, hearthstone is upgraded, and when using the teleportation function, teammates can be teleported back to the stronghold together. This upgrade requires, points. That's it for now. Tang Yuan put the hearthstone into the ring. Unknowingly, the space in the ring has been expanded to more than 10 cubic meters. Since the expansion price is, credits per cubic meter, Tang Yuan often spends $1 for nothing. 10,000 points to expand. Anyway, the space of this ring has never been filled. Leaving Liren, even Sister Feng's village is nothing interesting. Let's go out and have some fun. Tang Yuan picked up Liren and left Fengzi village. Before leaving, Sister Feng stood at the entrance of the village and said you can come back to eat when you are about to starve to death. Finally, her attitude improved a little. Very good. Ranunculus. The opponent is dying. Quickly use, Jet Flame. PFFT, a stream of foxfire shot at the huge wild boar. Well, a huge wild boar, the size of a hill. Damn it, it doesn't work at all. Ranunculus. Use, Destroy Death Beam. How can we use something that sounds so powerful? Boss, stop watching and come and save us. Oh. Liu Yun, you finally admit that you can't do it. Wow, Liu Yun was sent flying far away by the nose of the huge wild boar. It's really a useless stupid fox, Liu Yun, look. A real man should keep these 6 words in mind when he fights. Don't coward, just do it. Like this. Roaring loudly, Tang Yuan went over with a knife, and the whole wild boar was cut into 2 even halves from head to tail. The weapon Tang Yuan uses now is a big sword with a body shape similar to that of the door plank sword, even with the same automatic repair function and the effect of reflecting 10% energy damage. The only difference is that the giant sword has become a big sword, while the previous door plank sword was hidden by the snow, just to prevent Naluo from recognizing it. Speaking of this, Tang Yuan even changed his clothes. He didn't care if it looked weird in this era, so he directly found a gray and black one. Overcoat, and in order to show his flamboyant bag, he also removed the left sleeve, exposing the entire left arm. Probably like the cover, Tang Yuan is painted on my cover. The coat was originally intended to keep out the cold, but one arm was exposed outside. I don't know if it's for the sake of style and not the temperature, and it's obviously not winter, but wearing such a thick coat and wearing a black scarf is really frustrating. People look at it as if they are going to suffer from heat stroke. This is the effect of strengthening. Tang Yuan found that his current body is really heat resistant and cold resistant. In winter, he can only wear a pair of shorts, and in summer, he can wrap himself in 2 down jackets. In short, this is a capital for pretending. If Naluo hadn't fought Tang Yuan now, he wouldn't have discovered Tang Yuan's identity. Perfect cut. Liu Yun wants to eat wild boar for lunch today. No, wild pork has a grassy smell. Forget it, throw it away. So the 2 left the wild boar carcass as huge as a hill and left, which was cheaper than a group of wild animals that ate meat. Boss, where are we going now? Hairhead. That's a good question. I don't know where I'm going now. So let's look for monsters along the way and find out where interesting things happened. Oh. He has enough strength to protect himself, and there are no things that bind him, so he can do whatever he wants, and when he really doesn't know what to do, he can even find a patch of grass to lie down for a day. This is Tang Yuan's life now. He finally felt true freedom, the kind of carefree and unrestrained thing that countless creatures have pursued all their lives. Freedom. When Tang Yuan sighed like this, he thought of the woman holding the folding fan. Purple-eyed fjgl, blah blah blah, wrong, not this. I thought of the woman in a kimono with a folding fan. I am the wind, the free wind. Tang Yuan sat up abruptly, startling Liu Yun who was lying beside him. Boss, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. After Tang Yuan confirmed the direction, he walked there. Liu Yun, let's go. Boss, wait for us, why are you leaving all of a sudden? Where are you going? Go find a well-informed guy, but before that, you need to find a blacksmith, and before you find the blacksmith, you have to ask if there is anyone who knows where the blacksmith is. Hey? Boss, are you planning something? That's right. I suddenly remembered something, now is not the time to play carefree. I want to continue to become stronger, Liu Yun. If you don't want to die inexplicably one day, you'd better practice hard. Are we lazy? Huh? Boss, what kind of eyes do you have? Okay, I understand. I am obedient, don't hide us. Half a month later. Inside a volcano whose location is unknown. Hiss, this place is really warm. I almost want to take off my clothes. Tang Yuan looked at the magma rolling around. I didn't expect that guy to really live in such a place. Hot. Boss, is this really here? Liu Yun jumped up and down on the ground. Once he put his feet on the ground, he would be burned in a few seconds. He couldn't help but look at Tang Yuan, but found that Tang Yuan was floating in midair, and his feet hadn't touched the ground at all. Oh, boss, how could you do this? This is really shameless. Are you an idiot? Don't tell me you can't fly. We haven't reached the level of flying. Flying monsters belong to the level of little fame. Then stop beeping and find a way to become stronger. After advancing in the volcano for a while, Tang Yuan saw a huge monster corpse not far ahead, exactly the same as what he saw in the anime. Oh. It really is here. It seems that those monsters didn't lie to me. Ho ha, great, I found it. With that said, Tang Yuan happily flew over there. Hi, is anyone there? Someone, who are you? What's the matter here? The monster's corpse seemed to have been processed, it was empty inside, and an old man with big eyes and tattered clothes poked his head out to look at Tang Yuan. This guy is Dao Zhai, a monster famous for his sword casting skills, and it seems that he is not weak in his own strength. Are you the guy named Dao Zhai? I heard that he is a very powerful swordsmith, so I want you to do me a favor. Forging swords. Dao Zhai glanced at Liu Yun who was jumping around behind Tang Yuan. Okay, let's talk. After walking into the corpse of the monster, the ground was finally not so hot. Tang Yuan no longer floated in midair, but sat on the ground, and Liu Yun lay down directly to the side. That's it. Tang Yuan took out the door panel sword that was no longer going to be used. It was a huge sword with a length of 2 meters and a width of half a meter. Even Dao Zhai was speechless when he saw it. This sword has a special power. It can repair itself and reflect the enemy's energy attack, but I don't need this sword now. I want to give it to my follower, that is, this silly fox. Said looking at Tang Yuan, he pointed to Liu Ranunculus beside him. Hey? Boss, you haven't told us yet? Why do you want to give this to us all of a sudden? Liu Yun's eyes widened. Silly fox, shut up and listen carefully. So, master, can you make this sword into a normal-sized weapon while retaining its power? My minion is too useless to be so huge the weapon he can't use. Well, let me see. Dao Zhai picked up the door panel sword that was on the ground without feeling any effort at all. He waved it in his hand and scratched it with his nails. A very shallow scratch appeared on the sword, and then the scratches slowly disappeared. Then he tried to spit a mouthful of flames on it, and sure enough, the flames were also reflected, but the power of the reflection dropped a lot. Very interesting sword, the power is also incredible, it should work, but I need you to help me find some materials. Well, it's not the materials needed to recast this sword, I just want to get a little reward. You said, I'll go find it for you. It's very refreshing. Hey, take this. and write everything on it. Daodaoze took out a piece of paper. It seems that this thing has been prepared a long time ago, and he probably planned to find it by himself. These materials should be able to make a good sword, but that's none of your business. You can help me find the materials on it. In exchange, I'll help you recast this interesting sword. Okay, I'm leaving. After finishing speaking, Tang Yuan floated out. Liu Yun, just wait here, I'll be back soon. Boss, be careful all the way. Liu Yun couldn't help waving his hands. If you really can't do it, just give up. Safety first, boss. Seeing that Tang Yuan had disappeared, Liu Yun sat down on the ground, staring blankly at the huge sword on the ground. Hey, little girl, Daodaoji said, that master seems to take good care of you. He came all this way just to make a sword for you. Liu Yun didn't speak, but the big tail moved. Your relationship seems to be much better than it looks. Daodaoji sighed. Master. We are men. Can you stop talking in this tone? Oh, so he is a cute boy. Oh, it's really, the eyes are not good at this age. So, don't disappoint that master's expectations. I gave you such a good sword, but I want you to become stronger. We know, boss. Liu Yun looked at the door sword on the ground, lost in thought for a while. Boss seems to be preparing for something, although he doesn't feel that there is any danger, but he feels that his mentality is starting to slow down, slowly changed. Mentality. Daodaoji blinked his big eyes. His interest was hooked. Can you tell me about your boss? Well, the boss is a human being, but he has very magical powers. For example, he can fly in the sky, and he can appear from one place to another in an instant, or something, but although he is a human being, the boss. Lately, it seems to be slowly making changes. The rhythm of life is slowly slowing down, getting slower and slower. Obviously it is impossible for human beings to live in such a slow way with only a few decades of life. But the boss. I don't care at all, it's like. At this time, Daodaoji said what Liu Yun wanted to say. The kind of leisurely life is like having a very long life, isn't it? That's right. That's it. Liu Yun nodded. It feels like the boss is going to change. Don't worry, that guy's eyes are very clear. Daodaoji tapped his shoulder and lay down on the ground. Even if there is any change, it's not a bad thing, old man. I can be sure of him just by his eyes. What kind of guy is he? He seems to have a very lofty goal. I have seen that kind of look a lot. Really? Liu Yun smiled after hearing what Daodaoji said. How should I put it? Judging by Daodaoji's appearance, he is considered a very old existence even among monsters. His experience may be comparable to thousands of Liu Yun. Maybe he is right? Tang Yuan seems to be about to undergo some changes. Boss, there must be nothing wrong. Come back quickly. Chapter 23 Goo. +1s. The third watch is coming. Let it burn. My Mushin Polygonum dependence. Let me take a look. This, the bones of the dragon? Oh, this thing should be more difficult to handle, right? Let's try it. It's an upgrade from fighting monsters. The names of a bunch of materials were written on that piece of paper, and it was even written very intimately where the materials could be found. According to what was written on it, Tang Yuan spent 2 days rushing to a lake. It's here, that's good. Spirit blast. There was a loud noise on the water surface, causing waves to be blown up by Tang Yuan. Not long after, the lake water began to gurgle, and a huge dragon with a diameter of 2 meters drilled out from the bottom of the water. Human? It's really rare to see a human being delivered to your door. Do you need me to eat you? Sounds pretty good, but I'll let it go after thinking about it. Tang Yuan spread his hands and replied, then threw another mental blast with his hands, and a large mass of mental power exploded on Jialong's forehead. Boom! This blow directly blasted Jialong into a daze, and at this moment, Tang Yuan drew out the door knife and slashed at Jialong. Zhang. The knife was fired. Fuck. Your defense. Are you a dragon or a tortoise? Tang Yuan cursed loudly. Shut up. Go to hell. Jialong opened his mouth wide, and a huge jet of water gushed towards Tang Yuan. Teleportation. Quickly teleporting to avoid the water jet, Tang Yuan threw a spirit blast while Jialong was still spraying in that direction. Boom! Jialong lost his mind again. Hey? You seem to be very surprised. Your mental resistance is very low. Jialong was still in a trance. Oh. Hey, my spirit exploded. After some fighting, Tang Yuan finally killed the dragon. Huh? I didn't expect this guy's scales to be so hard. This knife can't cut in at all. Tang Yuan looked at Jialong's complete body. It was killed by the mental blast. The only one that was damaged there is only the brain, and the rest of the body is intact. That's right, I'm a bit reluctant to take apart such a complete body. Haha. Just kidding. Snipping knife, a magical tool used by hunters who hunt monsters. It does not belong to equipment and cannot be used to attack enemies. It can only be used to strip materials exchange price, points. This is the stripping knife from Monster Hunter. Tang Yuan looked at the palm-length short knife, and didn't bother to complain about it. This knife is simply a bug weapon. The monsters are very tough, right? Even if you can fly with a knife while you are alive, after you die, you will take a knife and teach you how to be a man. Tang Yuan took the stripping knife and slashed at Jialong's neck, as if he was scratching tofu. He easily cut off Jialong's head. Damn it! Exclamation mark. So perverted. Looking at this scary dragon head, Tang Yuan tried to throw it into the recycling interface. The head of the dragon, the trophy, cannot be exchanged at the main god, but can be disassembled recycling price, points. It seems that this thing is the so-called can't be exchanged at the Lord God thing. But what the hell is the mark on the loot? At this time, the main god carried forward its unscrupulous spirit. No matter what it has to appear once, it will be explained. When the reincarnation obtains eligible items, even if the items are obtained through illegal means, they can be marked as trophies and recycled. Tang Yuan took a look at the following explanations. The so-called conditions for being marked as trophy are that the item cannot be exchanged directly from the main god, and then there is no item with similar functions in the main god. If it is a rare gadget, then it can become a trophy. That's right, it doesn't look like the dragon's head is complete. Brain burst. The reason why it can be recycled is because of this trophy label? From this point of view, the battleship of the Empire of the Rising Sun that was sunk before is probably because the main god can directly exchange it for a battleship with similar functions, so it cannot be recovered as a trophy, and items obtained through illegal means must be complete nature, so even if the main god can exchange it for a beam gun, the beam rifle of an imperial warrior can still be recycled. So, this dragon's head has something that doesn't exist in the main god? Then, Tang Yuan looked at another option, decomposition. What does this mean? Well, the main god popped up the explanation again. In other words, because the loot is something that the main god does not have, so there are certain things in it that the reincarnated cannot get from the main god, then the main god can help disassemble this item, and maybe the rare items that cannot be exchanged by the main god can be disassembled from it. Some type of recycling and decomposition, choose one of the two. Decomposition, of course. Exclamation mark. If it is recycled, why should such a rare thing be recycled? After dismantling, please choose the item you want to extract. You can only choose one. Strength enhancement ball, 80 points. One-time stability barrier, vitality enhancement ball, 10 years. Tang Yuan froze in place. Then, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, repeatedly confirming that he was right. After rubbing his eyes several times, he was sure he was right. This thing, I didn't expect that. I was still worrying about what to do before, but this thing just ran out by itself. His hands trembled slightly, and when he clicked on an item, the disassembly window disappeared, and the dragon's head had already disappeared without a trace when the decomposition complete popped up. Vitality strengthening ball, 10 years. This is really a miraculous thing. The Lord God couldn't put it up for sale, but you found it. The main god cannot recycle things like this decomposed. But, in other words, who would want to throw this thing into the recycling interface? Tang Yuan looked at the green ball in his palm and felt extremely excited. That's it. This is the way for me to live for decades. If I don't want to become a monster, and I don't bother to practice to become a fairy, this is my only way. As soon as Tang Yuan squeezed the green ball turned into a green light and penetrated into his body. An indescribable feeling spread all over his body. Is that so? There is no special feeling at all. However, the Lord God will not lie, right? His lifespan has indeed increased by 10 years, this is certain, unless the main god smashes the signboard himself. Tang Yuan looked at the other parts of the dragon, but found that there was no trophy label, and there was no way to recycle or disassemble it. Does the vitality exist in the head? It shouldn't be. Maybe it's just the limitation of the main god. Talking to himself, Tang Yuan picked off all the flesh of the Jialong. The Jialong is a dragon after all, So take it back to the hot pot for a taste, then put all the bones into the ring, clean the battlefield, and go to the next destination. It was not completely meaningless for Tang Yuan to know the existence of the trophy during this trip. Moreover, he drew inferences from one instance and remembered the trading system of the main god. It seems that it also said in it that some rare items that cannot be exchanged by the main god can be traded there. Maybe something like lifespan can also be traded with a main god, right? In other words, in fact, this is the main way to obtain lifespan, because no matter how you look at it, the dragon does not look like it can only live for 10 years. It must be that the things obtained after decomposition will be discounted. But some things can only be obtained by grabbing them as trophies and breaking them down. For example, if Naraku is disassembled, maybe you can get a passive skill called high-speed regeneration? Who knows? Chapter 24 Killing the Palace with Soy Sauce. Oh. Boss, you are back. Tang Yuan collected all the materials requested by Dao Daozhai and returned to Dao Daozhai. Well, I thought you would need at least a month. After all, you don't look very good. Dao Daozhai looked at the slightly embarrassed Tang Yuan. Did it only take 7 days? What a mess, scary guy. From this point of view, you can live well in this troubled world. Stop rambling, old man, you almost cheated me to death. Tang Yuan waved his hand, and a lot of monster parts appeared out of thin air, suppressing Dao Daozhai. I always feel that this deal seems to be a loss. Before that I never trade at a loss. Oh, that's really embarrassing. Dao Daozhai crawled out from a pile of monster corpses, looked back at the parts piled up as high as a hill. So many? You can't be directly get rid of it, the monster on the paper, hey? Don't kill it? How can I not kill it? After all, you need bones and teeth. Actually, you just need to find a way to knock off the parts required on the paper and then run away with them. For example, if you want a bone, wouldn't you have a bone if you cut off the target's hand? This is cheaper than killing the target. Is it simpler? You actually killed it directly. You are really a terrible guy. You mean, the tail-docking suicide stream? What the hell? It's nothing, it's just Monster Hunter. Next, Tang Yuan and Liu Yun waited at Dao Daozhai for a few days, and finally waited until he had recast a sword. Look, this is it. Said Dao Daozhai took out a sword. The length of this sword is about 1.5 meters, but the width is as wide as 2 palms, and the overall look is slightly bloated. In order to take advantage of its ability to reflect energy attacks, I specially made this sword wider. Although it is still a bit heavy for humans, it is not a problem for that cute boy. It's really troublesome, it can automatically repair things, and it can also reflect my flames. These two characteristics are just not easy to recast. No, it should be said, how did you do it? Are you worthy of being a swordsmith who has worked hard all his life? Tang Yuan picked up the sword, and sure enough, the weight was greatly reduced after the size became smaller, so he threw it to Liu Ranunculus next to him. Silly fox, take it. Yet, is this really going to be given to us? Boss. Liu Yun held the sword, a little at a loss. Being my little brother, even though I have room and board, I have to give you something, right? Tang Yuan joked, what's the matter? Not satisfied? Do you want me to give you a wife? No, we are very satisfied. Liu Yun blushed as she spoke, and her tail flicked back and forth very restlessly. Okay. What the hell? Question mark, what does this guy blush mean? Question mark. Damn it. Exclamation mark, why do I feel that the atmosphere is a little bit wrong? Question mark, Tang Yuan's face turned green again. Boss, then what, eh? Liu Yun was about to say something, but as soon as he looked up, he saw that there was only one point in the sky left in Tang Yuan. Boss. Wait for us. Liu Yun quickly ran on the ground and chased after him. We don't want a wife yet. It's too early to ask for a wife. It's so embarrassing to say it. The reason why this guy is blushing is because of this. After that, I don't know how much time passed. The rumors gradually spread among various circles of monsters. It was said that there was a strangely dressed guy who claimed to be a businessman from the West, and wandered around with a beautiful vixen by his side. And no matter who he met, he would try to make a deal with the guy he met, and he could trade all kinds of things, everything. Everything mentioned here means everything. At present, the first one that the monsters can find out to make a deal with the businessman is a ghost, because the ghost lost an arm in the battle, and then met the businessman. The businessman told the ghost that his arm could grow back, but the ghost had to pay, % of his own strength. Finally, the ghost agreed, and then his missing arm grew back, while at the same time part of his strength escaped, turned into a small ball, and was taken away by the merchant. That was the first guy that the goblins knew to do business with merchants. Later, many monsters were also curious about the businessman, and they came to him one after another to meet him. Those who really wanted to make a deal with the merchant lost something and got something more valuable to themselves. As for those monsters who were maliciously looking for trouble, no one knew where they went in the end, and no one encountered them again. Easy and fun, as Tang Yuan said. He crushed the green ball in his hand and burst it. Vitality strengthening ball, 40 years, this is really a miraculous thing. The Lord God couldn't put it up for sale, but you found it. Up to now, Tang Yuan has not deliberately calculated how long he can live. Anyway, there is no problem in living to the time when a girl from the future travels through time and space, as long as he doesn't try to die. Is that you? Okay. Tang Yuan looked at the people standing in his way. Long white hair, a fluffy and warm-looking fur on the right shoulder, a knife that is not murderous at all hangs on the waist. It seems to be called natural teeth or something. This guy is so familiar. Are you that strange businessman that the monsters say? Oh. Is your excellency the son of the legendary dog general, Sesshomaru? Tang Yuan finally remembered who this person was, and greeted him with a smile. I don't know what to do. I don't think there's anything here that can attract you. It's not up to you to decide. Sesshomaru walked up to Tang Yuan and stared at him. Although there was no murderous look in his eyes, they were as indifferent as ever. Can make people shudder. Then, dare I ask, what do you want? Tang Yuan rubbed his hands. I don't want anything. Sesshomaru's eyes still had no murderous look. I just happened to pass by, and came to have a look. I was a little disappointed. I thought it was some powerful guy. Killing the palace. You embarrassed me like this. Sesshomaru didn't pay attention to Tang Yuan's expression, but passed him directly, expressionless from beginning to end. Tang Yuan looked at his back, speechless for a while. Sesshomaru, it is true that he is very cold, but Tang Yuan always feels that he has some opinion of him. You seem to often go to Daojai. Next time, bring me a word, just say, I'm going to find him, and let him not avoid me. Oh. Because of this. ? Chapter 25 Re-Chapter Modern. Grandma Feng. From a long distance away, Tang Yuan called out to a hunched figure dressed as a witch. Maiko looked back. It was the pretty Maple before, but now she was old and became the one we saw in the anime. It's you, Tang Yuan. As Grandma Feng said, she put the basket in her hand aside, rubbed her shoulders, and thumped her waist. Oh. I feel like it's almost here. So I wanted to say goodbye to you. Farewell. Grandma Feng asked. Well, I'm going back. Tang Yuan pointed in the direction of the bone-eating well. There's something wrong. Then go back. I won't send you off. You can see that I look like this now. It's really timeless. Grandma Feng muttered. Even if you call me Grandma Feng now, I don't have any opinions anymore. Really? Are you really human? It hasn't changed at all in the past few decades. Even the little fox next to you has grown up a lot, but you still look like a young man appearance. Hey, here, take this. Tang Yuan said, took out a small green ball, and handed it to Grandma Feng. What is this? It looks pretty, but I'm just an old woman, so I'd better give you back this kind of gaudy little thing. Grandma Feng looked at the green ball and handed it back to Tang Yuan. Don't be like this, just keep this on your body. Tang Yuan stuffed the green ball into Grandma Feng's hand. I'm leaving. Remember, this green ball must be placed close to your body. Don't do any damage, and when you meet a little girl who looks very similar to Kikaya one day, just take out this little green ball. Then give it to her. Grandma Feng interrupted. No, when you meet, you take out the green ball and crush it on the spot. Tang Yuan made a gesture of clenching his fist. It's unnecessary, can't you crush it now? No, it must be done at that time, mainly because of some personal reasons. Tang Yuan smiled. I didn't want to tell you that it was actually out of some evil intentions. Okay, I get it. You young people are troublesome. Well, no, you can't be regarded as young people. Obviously you are an old guy from the same era as me. After speaking, Grandma Feng spoke again. I began to miss when I was young, and kept thinking about it. Tang Yuan glanced at the elderly Feng speechlessly. turned around and prepared to leave. Then I'm leaving. Don't forget what I said. I know. Oh. Over the past few decades, Tang Yuan's lifespan has been greatly increased because of the vitality strengthening balls he looted, robbed, everywhere, so his appearance has not changed much. But he has undoubtedly become a lot stronger. After all, if he just muddle through for decades, he will have no face to be the protagonist. Find a piece of softer tofu and choke himself to death. He has become a qualified and powerful superpower. Modern Tokyo. Priest Igarashi picked up the broom, walked to the gate of the shrine, and swept up the fallen leaves as usual. The leaves fall every day, as if endless, but life has an end. Now Priest Igarashi is over 60 years old. Even if he dies suddenly at this age, others will just feel sorry for him, sighing why did he die so well and so on. However, there is still an obsession in his heart that he can never let go of. With that obsession, he firmly believes that he can live to be more than 100 years old. The so-called obsession is the scene I witnessed decades ago. If you die with obsession before you understand what is going on, you will definitely not be able to become a Buddha. Boom. While sighing like this, a strange sound came from the ancestral hall on one side. There was a strong white light shining in the ancestral hall. This scene was exactly the same as decades ago. Exclamation mark. What, this? Priest Igarashi threw away the broom and ran into the nearby ancestral hall at an unbelievable speed for the elderly. When he ran into the ancestral hall, the white light had disappeared. Is this? Priest Igarashi remembered that mysterious person decades ago. It is said that Cao came out of the well. Cough. No, Tang Yuan floated out of the well with all kinds of special effects all over his body. Yet, Priest Rimu and Tang Yuan stared blankly for a moment. Then the old man suddenly turned pale and fell straight to the ground. Before he lost consciousness, he thought in his heart, this guy really came back. I will never forget this face, more impressive than my wife's face. Exclamations of hey, old man, you are touching porcelain came from my ears. I am back. At dusk, a girl ran into the shrine with her school bag on her back, only to find that both the shrine and the house were very quiet. Grandpa. Mom? Xiao Tai. No one answered. Little fat. Meow. A certain fat cat got out of a small bush next to it in 3 steps at a time when it heard someone calling it. Ah, you're still there, little fat. Where did everyone go? Kagome hugged the fat cat and walked to the house behind the shrine. Anyone at home? Pushing open the door, Kagome saw an unforgettable scene, a strange man wearing a gray-black coat on a hot day, humming a strange tone, floating around in the air. The two stared at each other for a moment. Then the girl suddenly turned pale and fell to the ground straight. Exclamations of hey, girl, you are touching porcelain came from my ears. Tang Yuan, a woman dressed as a housewife in her 30s, and a primary school student looked at a young girl and an old man lying side by side in front of them. Hey, is there anything wrong with these two people? Tang Yuan asked. Probably nothing will happen. The housewife, Kagome's mother, just call Wei's mother note forget it showed a far-fetched smile, it's just fainted from fright. Probably. The current situation is that Tang Yuan, a strange stranger, suddenly appeared at their home, and for some reason, the old man passed out. The first thing most people think of is to call the police. And Mother Wei and Xiao Tai also planned this way, but the stranger just pointed at them, and the two of them felt as if they were being pulled by something, and they couldn't move, so they could only sit on the ground and watch with the stranger. The two fell. Oh. After a while, the old man woke up leisurely. Ah, priest, if you don't wake up again, I'm going to save you. Tang Yuan grinned and put on a smiling face showing 8 teeth. It's you. That strange person back then. Old man Ramu got up with a jerk, and then stared at Tang Yuan for a while. It's really incredible. I thought what happened back then was just my illusion. Unexpectedly, you didn't come back from there until today. It's incredible. It's been decades, and your appearance has not changed at all. How long have you been there? Facing old man Remu's question, Tang Yuan kept that smile and replied, it's been as long as you. I don't believe it. How could you have remained unchanged for so many years? I'm different from you. Poor old man. Can you fly? Then it's over. Tang Yuan waved his hand at Mama Wei and Xiao Tai, and the two of them felt their bodies lighten up, and the strength binding them disappeared. But the two of them are not going to call the police now. because the old man Rimu seems to know this stranger. As expected of Father Higurashi, you can always meet some strange people. The above is what Wei Ma and Xiao Tai think in their hearts. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.